888-7753-773. William, a first-time caller out of Europe. William, thank you for calling and thanks for holding. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, William.
I had a question about the silent prayer.
Uh-huh.
Last week, I was doing the silent prayer laying down, and from the darkness, I saw like, I think it's like a satanic eye, and it shook me like from the head to the toe. And I still closed my eyes and went through it. But my heart was beating fast, and I was very scared, but I still went through it, but I don't know what that means. Did it ever happen to you before?
I haven't had that particular thing happen, but if you close your eyes and you relax and went through it, don't worry about it. Don't try to figure it out. Don't go into your head looking for answers for it. The Father will guide you. If there's anything you need to know about it, it will be shown, but just go through it. Just relax and let the Spirit of the Father take over.
Okay. I had another question. Like, I forgave my mother, and I was listening a lot of your videos, and you said like people don't really hate the Father, right?
Most people don't resent their father. They think they do, and those who do resent their father resent it with their mother's anger because they have taken on the mother's identity, and they have taken on her complaints about the father, and they think that they're their own. They're yearning for their fathers, men and women.
Yeah, so I think my mind played with that. So I called my father and I told him like I didn't really hate him, and I went to see him. He lives like in Africa now, so I went to see him. And when I went to see him, I stayed 30 days. And at that time, he was very controlling. He was giving me like bad advice. He was trying to find me a wife, and I think he was doing it all for himself, like to have people to the wedding, or he asked me to live there so I can help him, or to send him money every month. So I started to resent him about that, and now I'm thinking like I have to forgive him again, but I'm waiting to see like the darkness in me. Like I read your book and you said like you was watching in the mirror and you saw the darkness that make you forgive him.
Yeah.
So I don't know if I should just go and forgive him or wait till I see the darkness in me.
Well, one thing for sure, if you don't see that you need to forgive him, you need just move on. I would not give him money and do all the things that... Is he black?
Yeah, he's African,
yeah. What do I begging for so much? Are you black?
He's not like begging like directly, but indirectly. Like he's saying like, send me money every month and so I can put it in the bank and you can come here and live because this is your land and...
Oh, I see.
Something like that.
Are you black as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. How old are you?
I'm 28.
Here's what you do. You live your life wherever you want to live and just say, oh, thank you for making, if you don't want to do what he's suggesting, just say, hey, thanks for making the offer, but I'm okay right here. Thank you. And then he like...
Yeah, but I'm thinking about the forgiveness. So my plan is like forgive him and then start like my journey to be awakened, you know?
Yeah, if you need to forgive him, if you see that you need to forgive him, then you do forgive him and then move on with your life.
Okay.
And don't let him dictate your life. You live your life.
Okay. And one last question. Like, I'm thinking like to like control my sex addiction and get off sex, and I was wondering like how you did it because
first your heart changed, right, from anger to love, and then you do the silent prayer and stop calling those things yours or you. You're not your sex addictions. You're not your color. You're not your mind. You're not your body. That is an old nature that you develop, which is from the devil. Everyone develop that abnormal nature, which is evil. And if you watch it, but don't call it you, all those spirits will be taken away from you. You'll be fine. It's just
Okay, but don't you think like
it's
the
just an old
stopping sex
nature.
will help me with that?
I'm sorry?
Don't you think like if I stay off sex, that will help me
That would,
awaken?
yeah,
or
it would
something?
definitely help you, but also stay away from the thought about it's in the thought. If you stay away from the thoughts, that will also prevent you from doing it. But you're right, stay
Okay.
away from it too.
Okay. Okay, Jesse, thank you.
I wish you well, man. Let me know how it goes.
I will, man. Thank you.
All right, buddy. 888-7753-773. Female Monday. Let me go to Rocket out of Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia. Georgia, on my mind. Rocket, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hey,
How
Rocket.
are you doing?
All is well.
Thank you for taking my call.
You're welcome.
I just wanted to call back. I called my mom over the weekend. She lives out of state
Uh-huh.
from me, so I gave her a call this weekend, and I told her that I was sorry for getting angry, with her and all, and it was more receptive than I thought. But then she started blaming me.
Of course.
And when she was blaming me, the one thing that was on my mind was Jesse said this was going to happen. And I didn't, in that moment, the old me would have, but wait a minute, you didn't do this or you didn't do that. But I didn't feel the need in that moment. I just felt rest. Just let her say what she has to say.
Right on.
It just felt like I felt like she needed to get that out, so I just listened.
Nice.
Yeah.
And why didn't you FaceTime with her?
I forgot, and I was just so something just told me, okay, do it now.
Right
but
on. Okay.
Afterwards, I said, oh my gosh, I was supposed to FaceTime. So I figured out when I go down to Miami, or I can try and call back.
No, you did fine. You move on now.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
okay.
You don't need to keep doing it over and over. You've done it. The opportunity came. You took advantage of it. Now you move on with your life.
Okay.
Well, that's cool. Have you forgiven?
Yeah, I just...
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was just going to say, I feel a little different. I feel I'm seeing people for their situation now, how they are.
Yes.
Just accepting them, and I'm not trying to change them now. Just accept them for where they at in their lives, and just move forward from there.
That's deep. You are now getting an understanding. Once God said, "Get it above all things, get an understanding," and when you get understanding. By understanding yourself first, what is or been driving you, it's going to help you to understand what's driving others, and you won't judge them. You're not going to accept what they're doing as good or bad or right or wrong. You're not going to judge them either way. You would just understand what's driving them, and that's what love is.
Oh, okay.
That's amazing.
Amazing.
So stay
I've been
with
doing
it.
my prayer.
I was going to ask, stay with it, and how's that going?
When I first did the prayer, when I first heard about you, and we heard about the silent prayer, perfect. It seems like now when I do it, I don't stay in it as long. I can feel myself coming out of it and going in.
Yeah.
I've been trying to be present as much as possible, and I feel myself kind of easing out a little sooner than I did before, and I have so much that of the past that tries to come up.
Yes.
And I'll say to myself, "That's a thought. You're a thought. Why am I thinking of this?"
Yep.
And I know that it's a thought, and a lot of stuff from the past. My grandmother passing, all of that keeps coming back.
And that's what the devil does, because the devil cannot bring up the present. He
Yeah.
cannot come into right now because that's all you really have, right? And that's what God is. And devil is not allowed, and his demon are not allowed in the presence of God. And so all that the devil and the evil spirits can do is to bring up the past or the future.
Yeah.
And they love bringing up the past. They'll bring up 100 years ago. They
Yeah.
love it.
What is that when the song keeps playing in your head?
Just watch it and let it pass. Don't make a big deal of it.
Okay. Because different songs, it stays there all day, and it's like I don't want to think of that song. And I noticed, and I'll say, "Why am I thinking of this song? I don't want to hear this song in my head all day."
Well, just be aware. Don't fight against it. Just watch it. All you got to do for the rest of your life on earth is to watch now. Just stay present. Stay present. And I'm telling you, Rocket, I can't even find the words to express the life that you're going to have. Because you've been
Wow, that means a lot.
You have not been living your life. You've been living up until now. You've been living a false life. You've been living the life of the imagination, which is emotional. Up and down thoughts and feelings and looking for love and suicidal thoughts and loneliness and depression and worry and doubt and anger and fear and all that. Jealousy, envy, and strife. That's not life. That has never been your life, but that's the life you've been living. But now that you're waking up and the source, the spirit, the truth that's causing you to wake up, he has a better life for you. You're going to have a real life now.
Oh, thank you. That means a lot.
And stay with it. I don't care if the whole United States and the world, family members, your enemies come after you, you stay with it. You just stay with it, and God will fight your battle for you.
I will. And thank you. I will.
Amazing.
Amazing.
And don't be surprised if your mother tried to build an army against you now. She'll call up everybody and say, Rocket told me she forgive me. I don't know who she say I need to forgive her.
Yeah.
And
I can see that happening.
Yeah, and the family was like, Lord, I can't believe she turned against her own mama. How's she going to turn against her own? Blame her mama. They're going to take her side because they can't see. Don't hold it against them either. They cannot see.
Yeah, they have already, and she has already, but I'm not going to let it distract me.
That's right. Amazing.
Yep, amazing.
Well, that's it?
I wanted to answer the question.
Why is your life one collision after another?
I think that as humans, we try so many things, but in doing so, we don't give ourselves a fair chance. You know, when you start a new business, I'm going to try to get a business set up instead of saying I'm going to, have a new business. Sometimes when we start new things, we say certain things that curse us, I believe, along the way that put doubt. It brings doubt in our minds. And I think and sometimes that thing that you feel you need to have may not be what God wants you to have. So you'll have it, but it's not going to last.
Amazing. Well, I appreciate that. And you said a lot, and I want to respond, but I can't. I'll put my 2 cents in on Sunday.
Oh, Sunday. Okay.
All right.
All right. Oh, I have one more thing that I wanted to ask you.
Yes.
Okay. One of my cousins betrayed me. We kind of grew up together.
Uh-huh.
And I was wondering, is that someone that I have to forgive? Do I have to forgive her?
You don't necessarily have to go to her, forgive her, or him, but just realize they cannot see. And now that you see what they are about, you move on and live your life. Don't hold it against them. They can't see. But at least you know now that's not your friend, that is your enemy.
Yeah, I'm not upset with her or
Right.
anything, but I didn't know if that was something that I had to do, or I can just leave it. Just leave it.
If you're able not to judge her, meaning be angry at her because you understand how the mind works
Yeah.
now, then you move
Mhm.
on with your life and stop telling her anything.
No, I don't speak with her now.
Yeah. Well, move on. But if it
Okay.
feel like you, let's say down the road, you feel like you judge her, you're angry at her, you just can't drop it, then you
Mhm.
forgive her, you face her.
Okay. Alrighty.
I wish you well,
Okay.
Rocket.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, Jesse. You've helped me out a lot, and with your unconventional ways. But I saw your message.
Right on. Well,
I saw the message above all.
right on. Well, stay with it and call me again.
I will keep doing good work.
I will. Thank you so much.
All right.
Bye
Bye-bye.
now. Amazing. Let me go to Luke, our first time call out of Arizona. Luke, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, Jesse. Thanks for taking my call.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, so I've been kind of going through it lately. My wife, she's been the devil and giving me a hard time at work. And we got married back in August. And so, it was a quick wham, bam, thank you, ma'am wedding because I thought it was the right thing to do. Didn't want a whole kind of long, drawn out thing. So made the decision to get married quickly, and it's just been kind of problems from there. And she's given me problems kind of throughout the relationship, and I try to be strong. And so I've been kind of going through being reborn and kind of doing the right thing. So I haven't been catering to her as much as I used to, and she can't really take it. She has a lot of anxiety and a lot of fear, and her ego's just inflated. So she hasn't really taken it too well. So she's left and wants me to sign the divorce papers. And so I've been doing all the right things, I think, doing the silent prayer. I try to forgive my father. And next on the list is forgiving my mother. So I just wanted to make sure that I'm on the right path, and then also the right way to forgive my mother and my father, because I think my situation is a little bit different. My father, I think he has the spirit of the woman inside him, so he was kind of controlling to me. And so, he was more like the woman, and my mom left me when I was like 4, so I think I need to forgive my mom for not protecting me from him, because he kind of made me into like a wife and had me do like all the chores and wanted to check up on me, and basically he kind of has the spirit of the woman. So I just wanted to make sure I'm on the right path and I'm doing the right things, and maybe have some of your insight on how I should forgive my father and my mother, kind of based on all that.
And so your question is what?
So am I on the right path, and in what way should I forgive my mother? Because I think my situation is a little bit different than the normal ones, where it's more so the mom imposing the will rather than the dad. The dad rather than the mom.
When you say with your wife you were trying to do the right thing, what's the right thing?
So, she would call me from work and have, like, her anxiety was through the roof and wanted me to come home and help her out with these different things. And I try to explain, to be strong and overcome. And, I'd get there when I'd get there. And so, she basically doesn't think I'm loving her the same. I'm not catering to her emotions the same.
So she's feeling that way because you would not leave work and go home and cater to her?
Correct. Or just talk to her, endlessly at night, trying to figure out her feelings. And when I just wanted to go to bed, because I work a lot.
Oh, okay.
I'm a doctor, so it's just been...
Do you have children with her?
No.
Oh, no kids?
No kids.
Good.
Plans for kids, but no kids, no.
Why did you marry her?
Because she didn't really have, a big past, with other guys. She's kind of innocent, I guess, in that sense. And, she was voting for the Great White Hope, kind of had the same mindset as I did as far as like politics and outlook on life. So And she, you know, I could tell her what to do. Like, she would obey me for the most part. Like, she would do, you know, the chores around the house, like laundry. However, she does have a job, and she is an educated woman working from home. And she kind of blamed that for, like, little things that she couldn't get done around the house. But I thought, you know, eventually she would quit her job and, you know, focus more on family and the house and chores and stuff like that.
And so none of those reasons were the right reason to marry her. And why did you think those were reasons to marry her?
I think I was looking towards the future more than the present.
What future? Where is the future?
The future. Yeah, the one that doesn't exist. But
so
you know, I thought we could get to a place.
Where's the future that you were looking toward?
I mean, it's not here.
So how could you look for a future that doesn't exist and you can never find one because it doesn't exist? Why were you looking to the future and you end up married the wrong woman?
Because I got little glimpses here and there, so I thought, you know, I made the mistake of thinking, you know, getting married would ease some of her anxieties and she'd be able to focus more on the good stuff rather than the bad stuff. If that makes sense.
And when you say you got glimpses of the future, what were the glimpses of the future?
Just like there have been times when I come home and there was like food prepared and all the laundry was done, stuff like that. So I'm like, oh, this is great. You know, if this is going to be our future, then, you know, I like this.
So you listen to a lie in your head.
Yeah, and I realize that now.
And so are you going to let her go or are you going to fight to keep her?
Well, I think I should let her go because I was watching some of your videos yesterday, and, you know, she does have the right to leave because, yeah, I guess I have changed. I wasn't honest with her at first. You know, I wasn't my true self with her. And so when I'm not catering to her the same, you know, she has the right to leave, and
so
I guess I have the right to say goodbye.
She's upset that you don't cater to her anymore because you're waking up.
Yeah, exactly. Like, I'm not kind of catering to her emotions. Like, you know, she'll wake up and have all these worries about us or before bed, and I don't really want to talk about them the same because it just makes me, you know, I don't know. It just takes too much time and energy, really.
Because you're not supposed to try to make a marriage work. You're not supposed to try to make any relationship work at all. Either it works by itself without your effort, or it doesn't work, which would mean that it's not meant to be.
Yeah.
If you got to put effort in a relationship, it's not meant to be. Whether it's a familyship, friendship, father, son, daughter, father and mother relationship or whatever. You're not supposed to try to make anything work. It should work naturally if it's meant to be. If it's from God.
I realize that.
Oh, good. Mm-hmm. And so you forgive your father because your father is just like you. You ended up blindly with a woman thinking that things going to work out. He did the same thing with your mother, and you're repeating what he has done in his own life. So you understand that you wasn't able to see, and it will cause you to realize that your father can see, and you forgive him so God can forgive you. And likewise with your mother. Your mother's as guilty as your father. She left you. Mm-hmm. And forgive her for not having the love to stay there as well. She couldn't help herself. Both their parents have screwed them up as well.
Yeah, my dad's made the cardinal sins of, he got married, 3 times. One with, a single mother with 2 kids.
Amazing.
Yeah, so I see that now.
If you don't forgive him, you're going to end up doing the same thing or even worse.
Yeah, I did forgive him, but I didn't realize, what I was really forgiving, and I think it was more catering to my ego rather than actually forgiving and not judging.
Yeah.
So I think I need to redo that one.
Yeah, just realize that your father, the same spirit that's driving you with this crazy woman you got and thinking there's a future and thinking somehow or another it's going to work, knowing that it's not going to work, but you think you can make it work. It's the same thing your father, the same spirits of your father and your mother. And that's why you forgive them so God can change your heart, take those spirits away from you. And if you do get married, you won't marry the wrong woman, nor will you or your wife pass it on to your children, and a new generation will start.
Yeah, and that's what I was afraid of, because I realized, when that evil comes out, it's bad. So I didn't want that for my kids. So
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's the right thing to say goodbye. So
is her name on any of your bank accounts or anything?
Luckily, no.
Oh, good. Because knowing that you're going to break up with her or you're going to accept her wish to leave, she's going to rip you off if she had access to your finance.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So no credit cards or anything with her name, right?
No, just some furniture we got for the house, but I think she can have all that. I don't really need it.
Yeah, she
More
can.
girly furniture anyways.
So are you doing the silent prayer?
I am. I've been doing it more consistently the last few days, and I've been doing it periodically before that. So, yes, I am.
Well, stay with it and watch those thoughts, and just realize the same spirit that's driving you to make the wrong decisions about the woman you got and other decisions, looking to the future or the past. It's the same spirit that's in every human being on earth. No one is different than that, but only a few will work on themselves to overcome. So forgive your father, whether he accepted or admit he did wrong or not. Same thing with your mother, and just go and live your life. And stay present. Stay out of thoughts. Stay out of your imagination. All thoughts are lies except practical thoughts. Go to work, be a good doctor, and blah, blah, blah. But, and let life happen. Only seek what's right, the truth. And let God, if it meant for you to be married, let God add a woman to you. And not one that you think you want or any of that. It'll happen naturally if it's meant to be.
Yeah, that sounds good to me.
So stay with the prayer, forgive your mother and father, and just stay present. You'll see your life will become amazing. If that woman want to leave, you let her go. Don't fight with her. Don't argue with her. Just say goodbye. And if she want a divorce, let her do the divorce, and you'll be fine. She got to pay the price for divorce and not you.
Yeah. Yeah, she's already done that, and she gave me an ultimatum yesterday. She's like, if you don't come home in the next 30 minutes, then I'm leaving. And I was like, I don't negotiate with terrorists.
Nice. And then, and when she said, I'm leaving, they said, okay, goodbye. Have fun.
Yeah.
And then, so do you own the house or she own the house?
So we're not in a house, we're in an apartment, so that makes it easy.
Nice.
She just has to get off the lease.
I'm sorry?
She just has to get off the lease.
Oh, nice. Good, man. I wish you well, but stay present. Don't look to the past or the future. You only deal with what's happening right now because that's all that exists. Everything else is an illusion. Whatever happened yesterday doesn't exist anymore. Tomorrow doesn't exist. It'll take care of itself. And you just practice living in the present. I'm telling you, you will have an amazing life.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Jesse. I appreciate it.
I wish you well, Luke.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, buddy. Female Monday. Kathleen out of Texas. Kathleen, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi, Jesse.
Hey, Kathleen.
I'm having quite a life right now.
You what?
I'm having a life right now.
Meaning what?
Just going through it.
Nice.
Yeah. Deep down, it is nice.
And how does it feel to be going through it? How do you deal with that?
You just gotta sit and wait through it.
How are you dealing with it?
I try to just focus on practical things.
And how are you dealing with going through it?
Oh, I don't know. I mean...
What's making you cry right now when you think about it?
Well, what's going on is my husband and I were having financial problems. And the way we decided to get through it was he went to the academy to try and become deputy in our town.
Uh-huh.
And he had the blessing, we thought, of the sheriff and the judge. He was very well received in school, but he didn't get the job. And so it just put us further in debt, and now we're trying to pivot and figure out what to do, but the disappointment and the anger is terrible.
And what are you disappointed about?
That he didn't get it. You know, I feel like it was a huge setup. He was called aside to ask to do it, and now these people that gave us the go ahead to do it, and we had to ask for public donations to send him to school. You know, people knew we live in a small town, and you know everybody knows everybody. People knew we couldn't afford it, and you know now we could lose a house. You know, it's just crazy.
And so, is he feeling his way, or you feeling his way?
He feels it, and I think he just expresses it different. It's really hard for him to move on from it and find something else. It's a huge shock. It's a huge shock.
And where are you getting your feelings from about it?
Well, I guess you'd say the devil.
No, where are you getting your feelings from about it? The situation.
I don't know. I guess you would say it's not me.
What would you say?
My feelings. Well, I would say, let me think. Where am I getting these feelings from? I guess, you know, when a bill comes in, and you know, or we have a little homestead. You know, if we had animals get sick, we can't afford to take them to the vet, so we just have to put them down. You know.
And where are you getting the feelings from about the situation?
I don't know.
Hold on, I'm gonna take a quick break.
Okay.
And I got 1 more hour to go. When I come back, I want you to tell me, where are you getting the feelings from about the situation, about the animals, about the bills and all that? When I come back, I want you to answer that for me.
Okay.
Hold on. So listen, I want to go back to Kathleen out of Texas. Kathleen dealing with some financial issue right now. Her husband didn't get the job that he had hoped for, and now she's concerned. Kathleen.
I'm here.
And so, what was my question before the break?
Where does the thoughts come from, or where does the emotion come from?
Yeah, what is causing you to feel this way about the bills and things like that? What's causing you to feel that way?
I wanna fix it. I'm being my own God, trying to control it and fix it.
So you want to fix it, and who is the you that want to fix it? Who are you?
I don't know who I am, and working to fix it. You know, I see I'm kind of going in the same direction to becoming my mom, which I don't want to do. You know, I'm not. For the longest time, we felt that God's just saying, "Hey, just sit still and you know, don't do anything about it, don't worry about it." But at the same time, you have to be proactive and put yourself out there to find work and to do things.
And so why don't your husband just go and find another job until you get this situation worked out?
Yeah, he's trying to work on that. I think he's just going through his own emotional thing, and so I'm trying to find remote work online,
And so where are you getting the feelings from that's causing you to cry, and to when the bills come, you feel a certain way? Where are those feelings coming from?
I think they're coming from my mind.
And are you your mind?
No.
And is your mind of God?
No.
So why are you listening to the mind?
It's true. You know,
No, that
I
was
tell,
a
I
question.
remind my,
That
I
was
don't
a
know.
question. Why are you listening to the mind, the thoughts?
I think, I just think nothing's going to change unless I do something about it.
And who's telling you that?
My thoughts.
And why are you listening to the thoughts?
They got me this far, but, you know,
But
they're not
they
working
got you
out.
right into hell.
Yeah,
And so why are you listening to thoughts?
because I just don't know what to do.
Why are you listening to thoughts?
Because I want to do something.
And so the thoughts have always taken you the wrong road, down the wrong road. Do you love going down that road?
No.
Are you afraid not to trust the thoughts?
Yeah.
And why?
I feel like if I don't trust my thoughts, then, you know, what good am I? I'm just, you know, going to be nothing.
And what are you now? By trusting them, what are you?
I think I'm something, but I'm not.
What do you think you are?
I think I could fix it. I think I could, you know, I just think that if nobody does anything, that nothing's going to get better.
But how you have never your whole life been able to make things better. All of your life, you've only made things worse. Why would you keep trusting the thoughts?
Because it's just hard not to do anything.
What do you mean?
It's hard to just sit there and not do anything. I mean, I have learned to just, you know, take it as it comes and not overreact to it. You know, deep down, I feel so thankful to be in my position because I have nowhere to hide. You know, I can only deal with myself, and I'm forced to every day. A lot of people live comfortable lives, and they don't get that same experience. And I just
There's
feel
no one on earth that's not getting that experience.
Well, that's good to hear.
Why?
Because
Why do you need to hear somebody else's misery so you can so you can appreciate yours?
That's true. I don't know.
That was a question.
I think probably I'm diverting
Yeah.
attention from my own problems.
So how will you trust God as long as you're trusting the thought? You don't trust God, you trust the evil. That's why you listen to the thought. You're afraid to trust God. Why?
I guess I really never did it before.
Yes. Good point. Do you have food on the table?
Yeah.
So you're not hungry.
No, it's been tough, but
So you're not hungry, right?
No.
And you have a roof over your head?
Yeah.
So you're not living outside?
No.
And you're in pretty decent health?
Yes, sir.
So you're not sick?
It's true.
So what do you have to worry about? Why not let tomorrow take care of itself? Your husband get up and go and find another job. He doesn't need to lay around and be lost and sad about a job he didn't get. Maybe it wasn't meant for him. Why not just go find a job that would pay the bills and then until other things open up?
Yeah.
So why not do it that simple way rather than tripping?
Yeah. We've been working on it. It's been hard, but you know.
What is hard by saying, you know, I didn't get the police job. I'm gonna go and cut lawn. I'm gonna go and work at McDonald's. I'm gonna go and drive trucks and do something until I get the job I want. Why not just simply do that?
I think it's just getting over the disappointment. You know, we thought we had it all figured out.
And that's the problem. You thought. All thoughts
Yeah.
are all lies all the time. Why do you keep consulting with evil?
I'm used to it.
Yeah.
If I didn't consult my thoughts and do stuff, you know, I was just raised that way. If you wanted something, you had to go get it all by yourself.
So
you know?
we got to unlearn the world's way. When will you unlearn the world's way? That's why you're in this situation, because the world told you, if you want something, go get it. And you went to try to get it, and everything you've gotten has done nothing but creating another problem.
Yeah. It's been going like that all my life.
Everybody's life that listens to thoughts. And believe me, all human beings listen to thoughts. They listen to the world. And the world says you got to have whatever you want, you got to go for it. If you don't go for it, something is wrong with you. And you end up going for it, and you will always get the wrong thing. It's never going to work. Why not just let life work instead of you trying to make it work?
Well, you know, I was just thinking, like, you know, that's how I've been going my whole life, trying to make it work. And you're right, you know, it's never been working out. The only time it works out is, you know, at my own personal cost, you know.
What do you mean by that?
Like, or it seems like it works out just, you know, because I worked really hard, and then it worked out when maybe there was a more lighthearted way of going about it, not having to, you know, struggle. You know, I moved to the desert. I lived in a tent for 3 years. You know, was that the easy way? Was that, you know, that was by my own choice. That was my own doing.
You have never made your own choice. Not one human being on this earth, around the world, has ever made their own choice. No such thing. You've always been influenced by evil up until you started now to wake up and be influenced by good. You cannot make a choice. The only choice you got to make now is whether you want to choose good. And then once you do that, you let go. But just think about it. In reality, you and your husband have nothing to worry about, but you're in your head because things didn't go the way your imagination told you. You guys are not hungry. You're not on the streets. You just go and get another job. You have kids?
No.
So it's just you and your husband?
Yeah.
Get rid of those stupid animals.
Yeah.
Go sell those animals.
Yeah.
But you got to come out of your head, and it's so simple. Okay, I didn't get the job I thought I wanted. I'm going to go and get another one until I can see what happened from there. That's all. And he's able to go get another job right now. Yeah. And if you're not working, if you don't have kids, you can go to work too.
Yeah, we've been working on finding work. It's just the summertime is always real sparse on work, but it's going to change.
But you still can find work. There's no such thing as you can't find work.
Absolutely. You're right.
And don't have in your mind that you got to have a certain kind of fancy job or this kind of job or that kind of. That's another setup. A job is a job is a job, and it's just there to help you function in a physical sense on earth, to buy food and to buy shelter.
That's right. I guess I just struggle sitting still, you know.
That's the problem. You won't be still because the spirit of evil inside of your imagination and emotions don't want you to, and you're listening to evil again.
Yeah.
You got to come out of your head, Kathleen. You got to live in the presence of now, meaning right here with God, or with the truth, with God all the time, and He will lead. He will direct your path.
I believe that.
If you believe it, then stop listening to the thought. Wipe your tears away and stop listening to the thoughts.
Yeah.
Well, you really don't have anything to worry about at all.
Yeah.
And the devil tell you, oh, look at the bills coming in. What about this bill? What about that bill? You get up and go to work, and you'll pay the bills. Get a job, do housekeeping, babysitting, whatever. Just get a job. Don't worry about a fancy. I gotta have this telemarketing job where I can tell the world I'm doing this fancy work.
Yeah, I've been pulling weeds and cleaning people's houses. It's been sparse, but anytime they knocked on the door saying we're going to disconnect, we've always figured it out. The bills, it just miraculously gets paid,
And it will always get paid as long as you stay out of your imagination.
Yeah.
But you're letting the devil tell you, what about the next bill? Oh, my God, what's going to happen? Oh, the animals are getting sick. What about now?
It's, we expected things after he got the job. I want things,
Big mistake.
Yeah.
Lay down all expectation. Have no expectation.
All right, like when you say, don't want for anything.
Right.
They say if you're going to start a business, the last thing you should think about is how much money you're going to make, because you're going to repel that,
Absolutely.
I'm thinking, well, I want this. We want to have kids. We were going to do this. So we were going to do that. And it just it just died right in front of us,
Because you don't know what you want. You listen to the imagination, and the imagination is telling you what you want and what you need. And then you listen to your family, and then you listen to your friends, and then you listen to other so-called successful people, and it makes you think you know what you want. It's a setup.
Yeah. I see some people with kids, and they're destroying them, and I'm like, well, that could have been you. You could be you say you want kids. Why? So you can destroy them?
Yeah, absolutely. That's the only reason human beings want children, in order to have somebody else to destroy, and they feel good about it.
Yeah, you could totally see how it's just in the mind. It's a
so
ego
why don't
thing.
you stop listening to those thoughts, Kathleen?
Yeah. You could. I think I've just been intellectualizing it so much, and now I'm just going through it. Every day I have to walk myself out of anger and just be present, and I just focus on, okay, what can I do? Stop thinking about what I can't do and what I want to do. What is there to do?
Don't even focus on what can I do or what is there to do. You just do what's in front of you. You see now that your husband didn't get a job, so now you guys got to find another job. So just go find another job. That's all to it.
Yeah.
You got to stop, if you want to be free, you got to stop consulting with the imagination. It just set you up one situation after another one, after another one. It's like going to those stupid counselors with the PhDs and the doctor's degree and the psychology, and they have no clue, and all they do is take your money, and you're still screwed up.
It's true. It's true. I'm putting so much focus on stuff that's not real.
Absolutely.
I'm living in my head.
100%. What type of animals you have?
I have goats and chickens.
Nice.
Yeah.
Well, go kill those goats and eat the meat, and kill those chickens and eat the eggs.
Yeah.
I'm just joking about that, but
I wanted to build a processing plant, and I told my husband, hey, why don't you just design this animal processing plant, and I bet I could fundraise to get it up, because we're so desolate out here. I think I could get that going, and we have stuff for people to hunt out here, so it could happen. It could work out.
Stay out of your head and just
You're
take
right.
it one day at a day, one moment at a moment. All right?
Okay.
Are you
Good
doing
deal.
the silent prayer every morning, every night?
I could be better.
Are you doing the
No.
silent prayer? Well, suffer and die. What? No. Why are you
You're
not
right.
putting first things first?
I don't know. It's when I go into the silent prayer, it's hard to just watch the thoughts that come up.
And why?
Because I'm just so sick of sitting still. I just want to fix it. I just want to do something about it.
But
that's not. Yeah. There's nothing I could do to fix it. I'd make it worse.
Absolutely. And why don't you realize that and let go within completely?
I guess that's I'm battling my ego to think that, it's just kind of like, well, why am I here? Why was I born? If there's just nothing I can do,
and that's
what's the point of doing anything?
And that's why you were born, so you can do nothing. And then God will do it through you. He will work through you, but you won't let him because you keep identifying and inviting and agreeing with evil. And so evil is working through you.
Yeah.
There's no Christina. You're not in control and you're not making any decisions. There's no you.
Yeah.
And you're not even doing the silent prayer every day. What the?
Yeah, you're right.
You love to cry. That's why. You love your misery. You love your loneliness. You love your fears. You love your worries. You love your doubts. You love poor me. What am I going to do?
Yeah.
You love your thrills.
I don't know how to be anything else.
You be something else by letting go of who you think you are. You're never gonna get my love, Mr. Big Stuff. Who do you think you are, Mr. Big Stuff?
Yeah, it's true. I think I'm something real special, and I can save the whole world. And
every human being think that. That's why the world's screwed up. Absolutely. But listen, do the silent prayer. Come out of your head, and you'll see what to do right in front of you. You'll be fine. Go get a job. You tell your husband, go get a job. Don't sit around and whine over the jobs you didn't get. Go get a job, pay your bills. You'll be fine. Keep it simple.
Okay. Well, thank you, Jesse.
Let me know how it goes.
I will.
All right.
Bye-bye.
Bye now. I'll start with you, Jerry, since you all is about Jesus. So I mentioned yesterday that every human being is Diddy.
Yeah.
And that to judge him is worse than what he's done or been accused of.
Yeah.
And every human being is two hoops and a holler away from being Diddy. I don't know if I said two yesterday, but I mean it. What did you think about the discussion? Did you agree or disagree? And what did you get from it?
I mean, I definitely agree. And I've definitely, I've had that understanding for a while of like, because I've experienced situations to where as soon as you judge, the next moment you can be right in the same situation or you've been in that situation, whatever. And I also learned over time to never, ever, ever say never, ever, ever. Because you don't know what you're capable of. And, we don't have control. So at any point, we can be in that same situation. Believe a thought that leads to another thought, and you're just lost in it. So, yeah.
When you first heard about Diddy, did you judge him in this situation?
No, because I didn't know all the information.
Right.
And my thing is with the Diddy thing is that like, if he hasn't done anything illegal, then people should mind the business.
Yeah.
Yeah, like let him go do whatever. He's suffering and he's suffering. But if he did nothing illegal, he didn't break any laws, it's nobody's business to get involved. And if he broke laws, then what's in the dark will come to light. That's just how it works to me.
Amazing.
Yeah.
How about you, Anchor Baby? Did you agree, disagree with discussion? Did you judge Diddy? What did you think about the discussion about Diddy yesterday?
Someone has to defend Diddy. Someone has to stand up for him. I stood up for him a little bit on Thursday.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
On your show?
Yeah.
Oh.
But I didn't say on Thursday what you said on Sunday, which is so true. I've done that and worse. Okay, wait, hold on, everybody at home. Calm down. Wait.
Wait, you've done what? And
Wait.
What have you done?
No, I mean spiritually.
Tell me more.
Spiritually.
Mute his mic.
You know, they say he coerced women to do the dirty things with him. And I personally think that's all like trumped up feminism stuff. They're saying that he coerced it. They wanted to be there, in my opinion. Unless it comes out that they weren't, then they were held by gunpoint or something.
Right.
Yeah.
He put a gun to their head, put handcuffs behind their hand, dragged them onto the airplane,
How do you
drugged them
Unless
there
that comes out
by their hair.
How do you coerce an adult?
And you know what it says in the indictment? I read all 14 pages. It says these.
Whoa.
It says these
You're like
women.
a lawyer.
Dang. It's only
You're
14
like
pages.
a reporter.
It's only 14 pages.
You read all 14? Ain't no way, Joel. I read no
Nope.
14 pages.
You know, one time you said to me, Nick, you have to be accurate, and it stuck.
Nice.
Nice.
No, but anyways.
Yeah, you
Look,
should be.
It says it in the indictment that these women had careers. You know, it says that Diddy used their careers against them. Like, since when do sex trafficking victims have careers?
That's a good question.
But I've
good point.
coerced women in more simpler ways, right? In the way that all men do. Anyway.
Every human being is two hoops and a holler becoming Diddy. They already coming Diddy. They're just cheap and they can't afford to take it to that level yet.
I
Because
think
they have the money.
Right.
I think you also made a good point yesterday about how you don't know what people would do when you're in that same position.
Yeah.
Because when you have all this money and power, then you have it's more thrills. So if you can have this fantasy, imaginative idea about a situation, but you have it in front of you to do, most people would just take it because they can never dream to have that type of fantasy be reality. So,
And just imagine, Diddy had, according to reports, he had the keys to New York. He was a get-out-and-voter representative or something for the Democratic Party. They really used him for whatever they wanted for. He had buku money, fame, and everything. What else you gonna do? No. What do you think about the discussion yesterday, Hank and Diddy, and did you judge him?
It was a perfect discussion yesterday in church with Jesse Lee Peterson. I liked how we covered almost everything.
Yeah.
There was every view practically was represented in church yesterday.
Oh,
the
good.
guy talking about how there's been rumors about him going around forever, for a long time. And then there's another guy who said this is a public lynching of him.
Yeah.
And then there was the lady who refused to call him Diddy. She called him Sean Combs.
Nice.
Based lady, mother.
Nice.
Not my mother, but
Oh, that's Sean Combs.
yeah. And she took like sort of the woman's view and how the women are feeling like victims. So it was really nice. And I liked your questions were perfect. Did you judge him? And I was the one who judged the people judging him.
That was a
I
good
judged
point
the
you made.
bandwagoners. Yeah, because there's never ending judgment no matter which side you take.
Right.
And so and then everyone is that. Like, it's kind of like your point, you're no better than a child molester.
Yeah.
But I noticed on Twitter, because you posted on Twitter, X.
I did.
Yeah. Every human being is Twitter.
Well, now the cat's
Every
out the
human
bag.
being is Diddy. And people are like, no, the heck, I'm not. They didn't say heck. And what else did they say? They piled on. In the indictment, did it mention like children and like homosexual stuff and stuff like that?
It did? No, I don't remember.
I'm asking.
No, I
Because
don't
people
remember seeing
add
that.
on.
They were at
On
no.
Twitter,
It
people
was
like,
quite vague, in fact. The indictment, I mean, the parts that weren't vague were the allegations of prostitution and drugs.
Right.
Okay, those are crimes. But when it comes down to the sex stuff, it was just like, oh, they fulfilled his desires. I didn't know that was a crime.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh.
So I noticed that people add on and make up stuff, and then they'll say it like it's true.
Yeah.
And then they'll call you ignorant because there's people who are like, oh, he made pornography. and somebody's like, if that's all you think he did, then you're ignorant. And then they added on like crazy stuff. And who knows, but like Joel said, who cares?
Right.
It's not our business. Even
Let
if it was
that man live his own life.
Joel said if they didn't break any laws, but I go further than
Even
that.
if he brought law, ain't my business.
Yeah, that's between the
lawyer,
the law, and him.
And him, yeah.
Say.
And the bigger point I wanted to make is that it's the spirit that is driving Diddy and all those people involved in Diddy events. And then it's the same spirit involved in all of us until we start to overcome it. We're driven by something else in our imagination. It's not us. And everybody has that, so they're definitely subject to be Diddy.
Yeah.
And they already Diddy, they just don't have much money. They may have $1, they still Diddy.
There's still people are still on X. We're still stuck on comparing the actions. Oh, I didn't do that.
Right.
Oh, but I'm a sinner. They'll give like they don't understand the depths of how evil the sin is. They still think the actions are worse. Or what makes you worse?
It's the heart. When you're judging, you're worse than the person that you're judging. So all the judges of Diddy and the people involved in Diddy stuff are worse than Diddy because they're judging him. And in the scripture we read, Christ does not judge the physical or something like that, right?
Yeah, Jesus in John 8:15, I think, said, you would judge according to human standards or the flesh, and I do not judge.
And the reason he doesn't because he knows it's not you that's doing it, so he's not judging you. He knows it's something, and that's what we have to get the understanding about it. It's not the people that's doing what they do. It's doing what you look like you're doing what you're doing.
Express yourself.
Isn't that amazing?
Yeah.
No,
The judging is worse than the judgee.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, like, I really, really don't like when people get involved in other people's personal life.
Yeah.
Because that's exploitive to the person. And like you said, everybody lost, deceived, can't see, blind.
Yeah.
But nobody's sitting here wanting to be exposed, right? And then now the whole world, they have to overcome this challenge of being judged by the world, and it's just messy.
Oh, a mess. Amazing.
Yeah.
Yes, Nick?
I agree. Judges worse than the judgee. And that is literally true, you know? That is, you don't need to read in between the lines. All the people judging, if they had money, would do worse than him. I don't know. I know this. I don't know why, but I guarantee it. And that's the reason they don't have money.
But they're already
they don't have money
doing
because they're so crazy.
They're doing little Diddy things already. What you mean? Like they're on the internet, but photography, looking at what you call that?
Pornography.
Pornography.
He kept it clean.
And the woman's on the internet.
He kept it clean. You made it dirty.
Yeah.
And the woman's on the internet shaking her booty and showing her everything on the internet with no clothes on. They're already doing little ditties.
Even the spirit.
That's all they can afford to do it right now, right? So it's still Diddy. What Diddy been accused of? Go ahead.
Even the accusatory spirit is a little devilish. Demons.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's nasty.
And they'll say, well, I'm not quite like Diddy because I'm on the internet, but I ain't got no big house and everybody on and partying it up. You don't have the money and fame yet. That's why.
Yeah.
So it's the spirit that I wanted people to understand too, is have understanding what's driving Diddy. It's the same spirit that's driving you in your imagination and emotion. Did that come across?
I was gonna ask, what do you say to the people that think that we're defending Diddy right now?
I would say that they're.
Everything he did. No, I'm joking.
I would say that they're blind and can't see what we're saying. They just don't understand.
Because you're not saying that he's not evil. We're expanding to everybody's evil.
Right. I'm not saying he's evil or what he did was right or wrong or anything. I'm just saying look at what was driving yourself, and you're going to understand what's driving Diddy, and you won't judge him. It's not like you're going to agree with it either.
Right.
You won't have an opinion about it, period. But it's just that you won't judge him. And that way you won't, because when you judge the other, you really condemn yourself because you're already guilty. So I would just say they can't see.
Devil is judging, accusing.
Isn't that amazing?
Mm-hmm.
It was an amazing conversation yesterday. you can go to rebuildingaman.com, rebuildingaman.com/church and check it out. You got to see what's going on. Above all, get an understanding. Get an understanding. And everybody judging Diddy, you got something going on in their own life. Really, you just ain't got enough money yet. I bet you if the mayor called you to New York and gave you the keys and made you, and then somebody else said, I want you to get out to vote, we're going to make you popular. You'd be so happy to do it and have women and men all the way around you. Let me go to Dwayne out of Georgia. Dwayne, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
See, how you doing?
All is well, Dwayne.
Good, good. So lately I've been doing the silent prayer. How you said to do it and kind of my way of doing it, how I figured out my own way of doing it throughout the day, all the time kind of.
Yes.
And I've been noticing that whenever, throughout the day, I've been taking inventory with, an hour out of the day or small buckets throughout the day, I'll have, these mental attacks to where random thoughts to come up about stuff that I don't even, obviously I remember because the thoughts are coming up, but, stuff that I haven't thought about in years.
Yeah.
And, it's these thoughts are whatever's influencing me to have these thoughts just wants me to be angry or be pissed off or feel some type of way.
Yeah.
About these thoughts, have an emotional reaction towards these thoughts coming up. And I feel like it's been stronger than before. And I'm wondering, I want to ask you, why am I having these thought attacks? And what can I've been trying to not control it, but to just not be indifferent to the thoughts. But it's I succeed in being detached or not having any emotional reaction to my thoughts, the more powerful these attacks get.
And so your question is what?
How that from happening, or will it stop, or will it just continue to happen?
Number one, the devil loves reminding human beings of the past or the future because that's all he has to work with. So he wants you to stay in time, past or future, because God is not in time with you, only the devil. And then number two is when those thoughts come up, now you're paying attention because you've been always having those thoughts. It's just you were not aware of it because you were living in them. And now that you're aware of all these thoughts of so-called past and future, all you have to do is to be aware of that. Don't call them you. Don't run away from them by trying to escape them. You relax. If you get caught up and you have emotions that come with it, pain or whatever, you relax in the pain. Do nothing about the pain, but relax in it. And the truth, the Father, God will save you from it. That's what he's trying to do, is to save us from our not self or non-self, the thoughts and feelings. So let him take them away from you, and then they will be gone forever. You'll never have to deal with them again.
Right, because prior to this week, because it's been a week and a half, I've been really hard on myself. I had a bad nail biting habit, since I was a kid.
Yeah.
And I all of a sudden I just stopped. I don't even have the desire to do it anymore. It's kind of crazy the benefits that you get from or how much just falling victim to your thoughts will do to you.
Yes, absolutely. And what all you need to do now, I'm telling you, there's nothing else required. You stay with the silent prayer, stay present, and watch. And God will take away all of the imagination, and he will give you a clear mind, because there are spirits that made a home in your thought and emotion, and they'll be especially thoughts, because you can't have the emotion unless you have the thought, and they will be taken away from you, and you'll be a free man. So just watch them, and I don't care how painful they get at times, because they're going to scream at you, they're going to yell at you, they're going to tell you, this is not working, where is God? When will you be free? I thought they're going to say things like, I thought it would be over soon, all kind of stuff. And it's going to sound like you're talking, but you're not. It's not you. You just be the watcher of them and don't do anything about it. Just watch it.
Okay, one more question. Where do you think thoughts come from?
And don't worry about when it will end, because that's what the devil want you to do. When will this be over? Because he want you to get tired and give up. He want you to go back to hell. And what was your other question?
My question was, where do you think that these thoughts come from?
Straight out of hell by way of the imagination.
Okay.
And they are all evil. The so-called good ones that make you feel good and the ones that make you feel bad are both evil. They build you up. And you think, oh, I made it. I'm doing good. Or whatever. I'm happy, right? And then as soon as you're feeling that way, they give you another, bring you down. And now you're depressed, or you're worried, or you're afraid, or you're lonely, or you're suicidal, or whatever. And then when you're down, they give you another. And after a while, you want to jump off a bridge somewhere.
Okay.
They are all
Thank you, Jesse.
They are all evil. They are not from God, and they are not from you.
Jesse, how do I, whenever I come visit California, do I just Google the church and pull up, or do I have to call and have a reservation?
No, you don't need a reservation. Just come on to the fellowship. Doors are open to all. And you go to rebuildingtheman.com for more information.
All right. Thank you, Jesse.
Stay with it, man. Stay with it. And don't worry about how long it takes or how painful it is and blah, blah, blah. You stay with it. The truth is with you, and the truth will save you from the darkness.
Yes, sir. I can tell. It's definitely helped already.
Stay with it.
Have a blessed day.
You too, buddy. Amazing. Really. Only a few is going to get on that straight and narrow path and stay there. Some will get on and get off. Some will get on and fall to the wayside when they get rough. Some will get on and they'll be seduced away from it by their so-called friends. Only a few will get on the straight and narrow and stay there, because it's a rough road to ride, travel, if you think it's you. Really. It's only rough because you think it's really you. You think you're your thoughts and your feelings. You're your body. And that's why it's rough. I'm going to take a quick break. When I come back, straight to the calls. 888-7753-773. You are not your thoughts. You are not your body. You're not your emotions. You're not your mom or your dad or you're this or you're that. You're none of those things. You have forgotten who you are. You have amnesia because you've been traumatized and you don't realize it. Let me go to Cody, a first-time caller out of California. Cody, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse.
Hey, Cody.
Hope you're having a great Monday. I was wondering what your advice would be for me as a 21-year-old on how to start up my own businesses and how I would deal with the fear that Kamala Harris will be elected in the future, and what would I do if she does?
Okay. Well, I'll answer the last question first. Don't even think about that at all. Don't think about tomorrow. All you have is right now. And let tomorrow take care of itself. Take no thought about tomorrow. And then as far as starting your own business, one step at a time. Don't run around telling your family members and other people that you want to start a business. You just go and start your business. And don't compare yourself to other people who started a business or have a business. Don't try to be like other people. Just take it one step, one day at a time, and you'll be fine.
Okay. Thank you.
Go ahead.
About that, wouldn't I want to? Well, wouldn't it be healthy in a way to compare myself to other people, to want to be better than them and keep on improving, and know that I'm never the best at something? Or should I not think like that?
Good question. And what is better than someone else? How would you know if you're better than someone else?
Well, I'm never going to be better than someone else.
So why would you want to? Why would you want to do it thinking you're better than someone else? Because there's no such thing as better than someone else.
That's a good point.
So why don't you get rid of that thought?
All right.
And then why would you want to compare yourself to others? Why don't you just live your life? You have one life to live. You are your own world. Why would you even take a minute and try to be better or compete with anyone? Why don't you just be you?
I don't know. I guess it's just ego or something.
It's all ego,
I
and
guess
it's
I should
evil.
just worry about myself and what I leave behind.
Nope, don't worry about what you're going to leave behind. You just take care. You just live now. That's all you need to do.
All right.
And what do you mean by leave behind? What is it that you can leave behind?
Like, I want to have, 20 kids. I want to leave a legacy behind.
And why?
Because America's just falling apart.
And how leaving 20
kids
children?
My age.
How leaving 20 children behind gonna change that?
I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe I don't know. I just would want to leave a good impact on the world.
Why?
And I feel like if I parented them right and taught them
how will you having 20 children make the world better?
I guess it wouldn't.
So where you get that idea from then? Oh, if you had 20 children, you could make the world better. Where'd you get that idea from?
I don't know. I don't know. I just really want to have kids.
Why?
I'm not sure. I feel like it's just like a
Where
natural
you getting
thing.
the thought from that you want to have kids?
It might be because I didn't have a dad in my life.
Right.
Like I was raised just by my mom.
Yeah. And so you're being set up by your imagination. It is telling you that if you had children, you're going to be a better parent. You're going to do better. It's lying to you. And if you believe that and you do it for that reason, you're going to make children and you're going to screw them up too, just like you screwed up.
I should just let it come to me.
Yes.
Okay.
Have you forgiven your mother?
Not verbally, no.
And why not? How will you be free from her? How will you overcome her mindset and emotions if you don't forgive her?
I feel like if I try to forgive her, she's just gonna turn it into an argument, and she won't let me forgive her. I mean, I could just say and forgive her. You're right, but
if she try to argue, do you need to argue with her?
No.
Then that won't be a problem. If she try to argue, you be quiet, let her argue by herself, and you just say, "Hey, I'm forgiving you for what you've done to me. I realize now you couldn't help yourself." And don't argue with her. You don't have to argue with her. As a matter of fact, I would suggest you not argue. Never argue with another person. Don't argue with yourself in your head, and don't argue with others.
All right.
How about that?
That makes sense. Worry about yourself.
Have you forgiven your father?
I've never really met my father.
Why not?
He's worthless. I don't know. I never met him. I have pictures of him when I was like a baby with me.
Why do you call him worthless if you never met him?
Because he hasn't even attempted to reach out to me.
How do you know?
I don't know, but I have attempted to reach out to him, and I've never been able to.
And then how do you know that he worthless? And you don't know why he hasn't reached out to you, right?
I have no idea why, yeah.
And so how can you have an idea about him and you don't know?
I can't. I shouldn't be judging.
Right, and why are you doing it then?
I don't know. I guess it's...
You're setting yourself for a horrible life if you continue down this road of believing your thought, living in your imagination.
All right.
Are you doing
I
the
need to come
silent?
to reality.
Yeah, you need to stay present. Are you doing the silent prayer?
Is that just...
You know
I'm
about
not
it?
sure what the silent prayer is.
Go to rebuildingtheman.com/prayer, rebuildingtheman.com/prayer, and start doing, and do the silent prayer. Let me know what you think about it.
All right.
And forgive your mama, man.
Yeah, I need to do that right now.
You got to face her.
I'll make a call, do it right after this.
FaceTime with her, and so you can be looking at her if you can, so you can get your courage back. And don't worry about how she's going to react. You forgive her, and God will forgive you. Don't ask her to forgive you. You forgive her.
Yes, sir.
All right?
All right.
I want to do something for you.
Yeah.
I want you to hold on. I'm going to send you a free copy of my 7 guaranteed step to financial success, financial family and success guide.
I appreciate that, Jesse.
It's an amazing guide, and if you do the step, we use them in our entrepreneur class. It's a little small pocket guide. If you do it, you will succeed.
Thank you.
But you got to do it.
I have to read it and actually do it.
You have to actually do it. Read it.
It's my own fault if I don't succeed.
That's right.
Because I have to put the work in and do it.
If you do what it says, the 7 steps, you cannot fail.
All right. Bet.
Isn't that amazing?
That's amazing.
So hold on. I want you to give my producer your address so we can mail it to you.
All right.
And your contact in case. All right?
All right. Thank you, Jesse.
All right, buddy. I wish you well.
I wish you well. Have a great Monday.
All right. Hold on. I was reflecting on how bad things really, really are in my country. And we don't know, I don't even know the depths of how it is. It's just a little that I can see. It's mind-blowing. And that I never imagined one day would happen to America. And more proof that it's a spiritual battle, of course, a warfare between good and evil. And all evil people, I don't care what so-called position you have in life, want to rule over somebody, over their children, over their husband or wives or whatever, over our country. And they want power for themselves. But I understand why my country is this way, because when you see the type of people that that the voters have put in charge of the country, it's mind-blowing. We have some of the most immature, lack of, dumbest, don't care, power hunger, immature people running out of country I ever seen. You just never would think that it would come to this. And it's going to get worse. It will get worse. But it's not going to get better. Just bank on that. You can bank on that. Take that to the bank. It's not going to get better. And it really doesn't matter. And I'm not telling you not to run and hide. It doesn't matter what city or state you run to. Evil is in the people, so the people who are running are the evil people. And they're going to bring their evil mindset with them. And it doesn't matter if you're a Christian or non-Christian, atheist, whatever religion. It's in you, and wherever you go, evil is going with you. And it's going to destroy. I remember when Oregon was a conservative state, a beautiful state, and I knew people who would move up to Oregon, blah, 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 because it was so nice. But the people who lived in Oregon didn't want the people coming there from California and Boston and other places. They did not want the people there because they knew that the people who were coming from these S-hole states and cities were going to bring the same S-hole stuff with them. And lo and behold, they were right about that. And now Oregon is one of the worst states, one of them in America. It's totally upside down now. It's no longer conservative, and it's a mess. And now the people in Oregon and Washington State and places like that, they're trying to find somewhere else to go. Texas is becoming that way. Remember when everybody and their mama ran off to Texas? Texas is a red state, is a safe state, is a everything state. And now Texas is a mess, and it's getting worse. Florida is a mess. Quiet as it kept, Florida is a mess too. It's just not as bad yet. But the crime and the illegal aliens and all that out of control. I never imagined Ohio, with the illegal aliens from Africa or wherever they Haiti. I never imagined that anyone would let a southern state like Ohio get to what has come to what has happened to it. But look at the people that you have voted in to represent you in your country, to work for you. There are some of them, I mean, it's just blind, low life. Just low life is out of control. No shame, no nothing. You voted in these people, so you really can't complain. Colorado, we've been showing you how the gangs from different countries are taking over there. That's happening everywhere. And I'm being told Colorado have a gay governor now, a gay governor. No, don't hate the gays, but when you vote in a gay, you know they're going to bring in their mindset. Or do you know that? I remember when they voted in that black lesbian woman out of Chicago. And I'm like, no, don't do it. She's going to bring in her lost values to Chicago. And they did it anyway, look what happened. And then they voted her out and voted in a black liberal man. He's no different than a gay lady. Or even worse. So you get the government you deserve. You can't complain. And the kind of people you vote for, whatever happened to voting for strong men who put safety first, both foreign and domestic? Strong men who put America first. When your horse when the horse fall over, they get up and get back on it. My horse just fell over. Is he on pot? But what happened to the men that kept jobs in America, kept America safe, strong police forces, strong laws that put people behind bars when they committed crime? Where are those men? They didn't mama the criminals. They didn't blame the police just because the criminals say it's the police's fault. They didn't take away your Second Amendment because weak people were afraid of guns. Where are those men? Why you don't vote for those type of guys anymore? Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are the only ones two that's left right now. And you're second guessing that. Because the weak people say, oh, they speak too strongly. They shouldn't say it that way. Don't say it, and you're falling for it, idiots. Donald Trump and JD is what America needs. They're from the old school. But you want a weak, pathetic, shallow no good, empty person that wouldn't know her left from her right. This is the kind of person that you will vote for, and it's mind-blowing. Not all of you, of course, not all, but because she said you can have abortions, you have the right to your own body, you can do what you want, and you think that's love. Someone tell you that it's okay to kill the man's children. This old video has resurfaced from about Kamala Harris. I can't, but I understand the blindness of human being, but it's amazing that there's one person. I can't hardly believe that Kamala Harris would even vote for herself, to be honest. They even put her on the Oprah show, and it didn't work. It didn't work. Every time you ask her something, well, I came up in a middle class. Nobody want to hear that anymore. What's are you like do you have a tape recorder on in your throat or something? Did they put a tape recorder on you, or you pressing the button and we don't see it? But this is what you would even consider being your president. What do you think ought to happen to the country? So this resurfaced video of Kamala Harris from the Daily, this is the Daily Mail. Harris joined a group of protesters during 2018 Los Angeles parade chanting. During a 2018 Los Angeles parade chanting, down with deportation. And you want this for your president. You love you love illegals coming into your country or something? Down with deportation in a video exclusively obtained by the Daily Mail. Watch this.
Down with deportation.
Look, that's what you want to vote for.
Up with education. Down with deportation. 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 Up with education.
This is what you want to vote for. This is what you think going to make your country better some kind of a way. Why do you don't know something is wrong with your thinking? We're at a very serious point in our country right now. Really. And these people are letting in all these illegal aliens from everywhere. They don't care where they came from, prisons or what. They just want the vote. They want to control you. They want perceived power. Our government has brought nothing but destruction upon the citizen of the United States of America, upon all citizens in this country. And all she's doing now is just going around to different cities saying nothing. And they ask, well, are you better off right now than you were 4 years? Are you off now than you were before, 4 years ago? And she won't even answer that question because she knows she will have to say no. But then she's not answering because she doesn't have to answer because she knows you're going to vote for her anyway. May God have mercy on my country. She chanted in the street, down with deportation. And I think they were saying something up with education. I think they were saying that. But up with education. Have you lost your mind? Well, yes, you have. The mind is a terrible thing to save. It's a terrible thing to save. I know my age group, and maybe the one right behind me, never imagined that these type of people will even have a chance or even run and have a chance to run the country, you better be trying to bring back men from the old school to run America. Because you got all these women in government, and they shallow. They're like empty. And this is Republican and Democrat females. And then the few weak beta males are there worse than the women. You better try to find some old school men to run before it's too late. Before it's too late. Our government, the United States of America government, have brought in criminals while disarming America, taking away police in America, defunding police, banning your Second Amendment as much as possible. You heard Kamala Harris say on Oprah the other day, she has a gun. If somebody try to come at her window, she's going to shoot them. But you're not allowed to have a gun. And if someone breaks in your home and you do shoot them, you get in trouble. But yet you vote for something like that. What's wrong with you? Why does anyone have to tell you Kamala Harris is not fit to be president of this country? She can go off and live whatever life she wants. I'm fine with that, but not as president of the country. She could go off and be with her little white husband, be rich and whatever. But she's not fit to run the country. She doesn't have the mentality. She doesn't have the know-how, and she doesn't even feel like learning how. She don't feel like studying, preparing, and getting ready. She black. Kristen is the first-time caller out of Georgia. Georgia on my mind. Kristen, welcome to the show.
Hey, hello.
Kristen, you're on the air.
Hey, man, how you doing?
All is well.
Hey, I saw one time on Twitter that you said that Christ isn't God.
Right.
Why do you say that?
Because he said he's the son of the Father.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of verses that say he is literally God, though.
But there's not one verse that says he's God, but there are verses where he says that he's the son.
Yeah, because he's an extension of,
If he were God, he would not have said, I'm the son. God never said, I'm the son. God said, I'm the Father. And the Son said, I'm the Son.
Yeah, but he also claimed that he was God, though.
Where in the Bible does Jesus say he's God?
Let me find. Let's see. I had this pulled up a second ago.
Ain't no way. Ain't no way.
I'm not.
Where you should have been ready already. You knew you were calling in about that, and you don't have one scriptures that you can show us where Jesus said he was God.
I have it right here. I had it pulled up, and then I quit it out. And
hold on a minute. Don't hang up. Do not hang up. You find that. I'm gonna come back to you. You should have already had it. You waited half an hour. Kristen, did you find one? Hold on, Rob. Kristen.
Yeah.
Did you find one scripture in the Bible that said where Jesus said he is God?
Yeah, so I got John 10:30.
What does that say?
I and my Father are one.
He and his dad are one.
John, yeah.
How is that? Wait. Stay with that first. Stay with that. Stay there. This is not Bible Thumper Thursday, so stay there. He said, I and my Father are one, right?
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
He didn't say me, I and my Father or God. He said he has a Father, right?
Yeah.
So where in that right there, does he say he is God?
Yeah, he's one.
No,
One
where
being.
in that does he say he is God?
Yeah, you want a literal sentence. He is God.
Christian.
Yeah.
Where in that does he say he is God?
Yeah, I see what you're doing, man. I know.
What am I doing? I'm asking you a question.
You want that statement,
Christian.
and he doesn't say that statement.
And he doesn't say he's God either, but he does say he's the Son. Do you have a father, an earthly father?
An earthly father, yeah.
And are you and your father one?
Yes, but he's
and
God.
So are you your earthly father? Or is he your father?
Jesse, this is different.
Is your earthly father your father?
You're comparing me to Jesus.
I'm asking you a question, man. I ain't comparing you to Jesus at all, believe me. But are you? You say you and your earthly father one, right?
Doesn't fly, man. I have my own father. I was born a man, but Jesus was only born of a woman.
I'm gonna ask you one more time. I'm gonna let you go. Are you and your earthly father one?
No.
So you're not one with your daddy?
No, I'm not one with my dad.
Why not?
Because I was born from my mom and my dad's combination.
And was Jesus born from his dad and his mother?
Yes. I mean, he
was Jesus. Stay with me. Was Jesus born from his father and his mother?
Yes, and his father was God.
And yet you call Jesus God, right?
Because he said...
And yet, stay with me. And yet you call Jesus God, right?
Yeah.
So why can't you call you your father?
Because I didn't say I never said me and my father are one. I've never said that. But Jesus said that.
So does it make sense to you that the Son is saying, my Father and I are one, and somehow or another it came into your mind, you heard him say, God and I are one?
Well, Jesse, it seems like you're explaining it very well, man.
But no, I'm asking, how does that, even in your darkest hour, how would that make sense to you? He even said, when the people were praising him for the works that he was doing, and he said, "Don't praise me. It's not me. It's my Father in me that's doing the work. My Father sent me." Why would God say, "My Father sent me"? If He's God, wouldn't He say, "I sent myself"?
He was trying to set an example.
He was trying to. But listen, stay with that. If Jesus was God and he was doing the work himself, would he say, "Don't praise me, my Father is working through me"?
I mean, it's more nuanced than that, but that's a point.
And so if Jesus was talking about God, I mean, when he said, "My Father is working through me," it's not me. Don't praise me. It's not me. Who is he talking about?
Yeah, that's a point.
What's the point? Wait, stay with me. The Bible's talking rough. They go into another scripture. Who was he talking about?
Who was he talking about?
When he said, "Don't praise me, my Father's doing the work."
My Father
is doing the work.
God.
It's not. Who was he talking about?
Yeah, he was talking about God.
And so, if he was talking about God, why would you think he is God? He'd say he has nothing to do with it. It's his Father.
So you're telling me that...
No. Answer that first. Hey, stay with that.
Huh.
Stay with that. Who was he talking about doing the work? Why would he say somebody
I
else?
just told you, his father.
Right. So why do you call him God? He said, "Don't be. I'm not doing this. It's not me. It's my Father."
I mean, I got like 20 verses here.
Why? No. Stay with me, Baba Thumper. Why would he call himself God? You call him God.
Because he said that he was God.
Okay. No, he didn't.
That's why they killed him, right?
He never said no. Let me ask you this. Jesus said, greater work shall we do than what he has done. Can you do greater works than God?
Well, that's a little bit later in Revelation.
No, that ain't what I asked. Hey, that's not what I asked. Jesus, the man you call God, said, greater work shall you do than what I have done. Can you, Christian, do greater works than God?
No.
And so if Jesus said, greater works shall you do, if he were God, why would he say, you're going to be doing greater works than me?
I think it has to do with the end of time, right?
And where you get that from?
Go to heaven and everything.
Where'd you get that from?
Revelation.
Did he say
because
the
it
end
comes
of
later on.
Did he say the end of time?
Well, it shall implies that it's going to happen later on.
Did he say the end of time you're going to do greater works?
It's nuanced. I mean, we
Did
don't know.
I don't know about no darn
not
nuance.
specific.
Did he say at the end of time you're going to do greater work? Did he say that?
Well, he said...
No. Give me a yes or no first and then a follow-up. I'll let you follow. Did he say the end of time you'll do greater work?
He didn't say that. He said...
And so how did you come up with that?
Because it goes more into, like, when you read more, it becomes more clear when you add all the factors together. But, I mean...
So you're adding up stuff together?
Well, you have to add up the more verses. You can't just look at one statement.
So Jesus spoke in a way where you got to figure it out and add it up?
Yeah, like we should study that whole chapter where he said that, for example, like something like that.
Okay. Nice job, Christian. Call me on Bible Thumping Thursday.
Okay, I didn't know.
Every Thursday. No, I'm glad you called, man. How old are you?
Yeah. I'm 29.
Oh, let me ask. Do you have anger?
No.
You never get angry?
I get a little upset sometimes whenever I'm a little tired, but a little grouchy, but it's really rare.
Do you ever get angry?
Angry? No, not really.
So,
it's not a common thing.
Do you ever get angry?
No, I do not get angry.
So you never get angry?
Nope.
And so now you're lying.
Well, I said very rarely, but you didn't.
Right, now you're going back to very... So very rarely.
Okay,
it's very rarely anger.
Okay, I'm just going to stick to yes or no's with you. Yes.
And so if you didn't have anger in you, how could you get angry very rarely?
I mean, sometimes you just don't feel good.
No. If you didn't have the spirit of anger inside of you, if it wasn't in you at all, how can you get angry very rarely?
You want a yes or no?
No, I want to know how.
Okay. So I would assume that, we are made in God's
Not
image
we, you. No, Steve, keep it with you. If you didn't have the spirit of anger, because anger is evil, it's the nature of the devil. If you didn't have that in you, how is it you're able to get angry very rarely?
I was answering that.
Go ahead.
I would assume that...
Assume. Don't assume.
Oh, you know what I mean? Like, okay, there's justified anger in certain, scenarios, right? Like God gets angry.
Where did God get angry? God never got angry.
Look at those verses again. I don't know, but yeah, in the Bible, God got angry.
No, it doesn't.
Jesus got angry whenever they're selling stuff at the church. And he tore it all up because it was justified anger.
So you think
he burned up a bunch of people in the Old Testament.
So you think anger is justified?
No. I think sometimes
do you think anger is good?
Sometimes, very rarely, it's good, but sometimes you can get angry and it's very justified.
Sometimes you get angry and it's very justified, right?
It's very rarely justified, but there's certain scenarios where it is justifiable.
And so you're saying anger is sometimes justified, right?
Yeah.
And so Jesus said, anyone that has anger is a murderer. Do not even trust an angry man.
Yeah, well, that's like...
So what you going to do with
bad
that?
guy. Nuance.
What?
I mean, we have to dive into.
No.
More nuance. We have to dive into it
I
for a
don't.
while.
What do you mean by nuance? I don't know about the nuance. I'm black and slow. What is nuance?
Like it's not specific. It's something else. Like
He
you
was
have to- you
very
have to apply it.
specific about that. He said, anger,
No, like, we can't just say
anyone
that.
that has anger is a murderer. Do not trust an angry man.
I'd have to cite it. I have to read it, and then study the whole verses all after it and before it. And check the Greek translations and see how the old
Just
versions
what?
are. Check the original translations in Greek and.
So you're
all that
trusting your
stuff. That's
intellect.
really studied.
You're
Do what?
trusting your intellect.
I'm trusting, like when you pray for guidance and wisdom, and you go into a study, and you need to really search for it because it says in the Bible, so you have to search and you will find, right? You're not
Search
just
where?
gonna know. You can't just,
Search where?
You can't just like be like, oh, God's not man. Oh, God's man. You know, it's something like that, and you can't just say that. It's not going to help anybody. Like anybody listening.
What
to
is
the
it?
show.
How is it helping you to say all that crap you say?
I didn't get to say anything. I'm trying to say something. I have 40 more verses I can just cite real quick.
Ain't no way you do it. I know. That's why I want you to call me a Bible thumper. We don't have a whole lot of time during the weekdays.
Yeah.
I spend some time with the Bible thumper, but I know you got.
Well, we're on three
I know
different
you
topics.
have. I know you have a truckload of verses you want to throw on me. But can you call me back on Thursday?
Yeah, I'll try.
All right,
I might be able to.
All right. Thank
All
you.
right, God
Chris.
bless.
You too, buddy. Rob, our first time call out of Michigan. Rob,
Yeah.
welcome to the show.
Hello, Jesse. Good morning.
Good morning, Rob.
What time is it over there?
It's twine time.
Hey, I want to share with you. I'm 70 years old this year, and never voted. Well, I did vote one time. Ross Perot fooled me, and then he turned all his votes over to Poppy Bush, and I end up voting Republican. But was disappointed and never voted again, brother.
So you
I'm a
never
man of-
voted since Ross Perot ran?
No, man.
And why not?
What did the Father say? He said, don't put your trust into the princes of this earth. Put your trust in the God of Abraham and Jacob, right? So we don't vote for the Romans.
But if you vote for Trump, you're not putting your trust in Trump. You're hiring Trump to do a job for you.
Well, I've already hired a man, and he's inside me. That's Christ in his spirit. I'm not going to put my trust in a Freemason. Trump is a Freemason. He's royal blood. You know, he wouldn't be a... They're all related. You know that, brother.
Rob.
Rob. Go ahead, sir.
So have you ever had a job?
Oh, yeah. I drove truck for 19 years
And
over the road.
when the person hired you, they hired you to do a job, right?
Yes, sir.
And they believed that you would do the job. They didn't put their trust in you. They didn't call you God, but they hired you to do a job, right?
I understand.
Why can't you have the same attitude toward Trump? Why you got to go, oh, I don't make him my God. Hold on, Rob. Hold on, Rob. Hey, Rob.
Sir.
Are you a Christian?
Well, I'm a man of God, that's for sure.
Are you a Christian?
Yeah, I would call myself a Christian just to get along here.
Are you a Christian?
Yes, I'm a Christian.
And why do you think that we don't need to hire men to run our country, in that to make sure we have a strong military?
Oh, we do. We do. We need masculinity.
And so why are you saying that I'm not going to make no man my God or something like that? And you haven't voted since and you
Yeah.
haven't voted since Ross Perot, and you're 70-something years old, why would you not look out for yourself, your family, and your country?
Well, electoral votes, there's a lot of argument there.
We ain't
so
talking about,
widespread.
you're going to have people that screw up stuff, that's for sure. But
Yeah.
you have a man like Donald Trump that you
Well,
know.
you got these Freemasons that run everything, bro, Jess.
Hold on. Hey. You have a man like Donald Trump. He's proven that he will work for us and not against us. He doesn't try to be our God. He understands
well, I
that.
like Trump.
He
I like
understands that he work. Will you vote for him?
Well, I don't vote anymore, Jess. But the thing
But
of it
then
is,
you
my
won't
heart,
be
my
able
heart
to-
is with the right. It is.
No,
it
it's
leaves
not.
more with. I don't want Tampax in the boys' bathrooms, brother.
But you don't have
You
a
know,
right.
I-
Hey, Rob. You don't have a right to say one word about that because you never vote.
yeah, but you will. You know what they always say to me is, you don't have a right to complain
Rob,
if you don't
you
vote.
don't vote.
But you'll have every right to complain when you do vote. You will
Right,
complain.
but you don't vote though.
No, I don't vote, brother.
So you
I put my
can't-
trust
you can't-
in Yahweh.
No, you don't.
I do, brother.
No,
I
you
do.
don't.
Okay. Hey, can I run something on you, bro? While I got some air with you.
Yes.
I see. My struggle, I found out, was with myself, Rob McDowell. It's not of the world. It's with the principalities, the temptations that come through the world. Freemasons run the whole world from the Illuminati. We know that.
No,
They're
you
all
don't know
puppets.
that.
There's a
You just
shrine-
heard
there's
about
a
that.
shrine- No, there's a
You
shrine
don't
in every
know
town,
that.
bro.
You just heard
I know
about that.
for sure. No,
Were you
brother,
a
I know
member
for
of the
sure.
Freemason?
I'm surrounded by Freemasons. 33 degrees right here. There's a guy right next to me. 80 acres. He's
Hey,
next to me,
Rob,
33 degrees.
Rob.
Tried to get. Yes, sir.
Calm down. Take a breath.
Amazing.
Amazing. The Freemason has nothing to do with whether Rob...
and the Moloch worship we have here right now with the abortions. Bro, with the abortions, that's...
I put Rob on hold for a minute. Rob.
Yes, sir.
And so, are you voting for Trump?
No, I'm not voting anymore, Jess.
Okay. And so that means you're never going to complain again, right?
Well, I'll always probably have a little complaint because
What's
the government's
purpose
not
of
for
complaining?
we, the people, bro.
What's the purpose of complaining when you didn't do anything to try to prevent it from happening?
Well, my taxes, my property tax doubled this
But you
year. I
can't even
complained.
I know that. I know all that. What's the purpose of complaining about your property taxes?
Well,
about
it's worthless to
anything when
complain,
you,
bro. Yeah.
What's the purpose of complaining when you
You're
live?
just a dummy to complain, bro.
Rob,
I agree with you.
Rob. What's the purpose of complaining when you haven't done anything to prevent it?
Well, if you think that voting helps, and see myself, I don't. So that's why I don't vote. I don't put
I understand
my
that
trust down.
you don't vote, but
what
I'm
has
asking.
changed for us, bro? What has changed? And I do admit that Trump, when Trump was in office, things were better. I
know.
do believe that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And yet you won't vote.
No, I'm going to get trapped in that again, brother. I've had it with the Freemasons,
So
man.
vote.
I know those
so,
puppets. They're all puppets.
Rob. Take a breath.
Okay.
So what's the purpose of complaining when you haven't done anything to do anything about it? Now, you haven't lifted one finger.
I pay my taxes. I've worked all my life.
Rob, I'm asking you a different question. What's the purpose of complaining when you haven't done one thing about high taxes and this and that?
I've done things,
You have
brother. I've
not.
done
You
things.
have not voted. You are not voting at all.
No, I prayed.
So,
I prayed.
Rob, your prayers are not being answered. You still praying. Have you noticed your prayers are not being answered?
Hey, well, the end times are coming. We know
Rob,
that. You know we're a fallen state, brother.
Rob. Have you noticed your prayers are not being answered?
Oh, everything I have is paid for, Jess. I don't own the bank anything. I praise God for that.
Have you noticed your prayers are not being answered?
No, they are, bro.
No,
I'm very blessed.
Are your taxes are still going up?
Yeah, that's the truth. But everybody else is too, you know.
And Rob, so I want to ask one more time. What's the purpose of complaining when you haven't voted since Ross Perot? What's the purpose of complaining when you know you haven't done anything to prevent anything from happening or even attempted to? What's the purpose? What's the purpose of complaining?
Well, I guess not much. Even if I did vote, I still complaining wouldn't do me any good.
Stay with me with that. Stay me with that. What's the purpose of complaining when you haven't done anything about it?
I guess it wouldn't be any, would there?
I'll rest my case.
Amazing.
Amazing.
Hey.
Oh, Rob, sorry, I hung up on you because I'm coming to a break. I got to get to some more calls. I got to take a break. Rob, call me again. Not today, but call me again. Back in a moment. Hate coming in with the hate news, not the fake news. I'll be back. 888-7753-773. Let me go to first time call out of Chi-Town. Michelle.
Jesse.
Hey, Michelle.
I've been patiently waiting for over an hour.
I
love
know.
it.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
I do, Jess. I have a question for you.
Yes.
How do you keep the faith? How do I keep the faith? Jesse, I see every day in my city kids, killing kids, okay? Babies being shot every day. Just 5 days ago, I'm walking down the sidewalk. Boom, 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 boom. Oh, and there's still red blood on my sidewalk. And I live in uptown Chicago. How do you keep the faith, Jess? And how do I keep the faith? Mainstream media will not report on this. Do you understand?
And so you're there in Chicago, so you're seeing it happening right in front of you, huh?
Yes, and I'm a little white woman, and let me tell you something. I'm a white lady. I feel so safe. I'm not going to lie to you. With the black guys and the Hispanic guys in my neighborhood, they make me feel safe. Cops are on my corner 24/7. That's good. But it's because, drug stuff going on. But Jesse, mainstream media will not report on this.
I know.
We have mass shootings. Do you know the other day, Jesse, they had a vigil, okay? At the vigil, 6 people were shot. Where's mainstream media?
What a mess.
I know.
And so you want to know, how do you keep the faith?
No, I want to know how you can help me keep the faith, Jesse.
And do you have the faith right now?
Here. Yeah, I got the faith, but I don't know if
you
faith
have
has
what faith.
meaning.
What faith do you have?
Well, in God, and I know Jesus said they hated me before they hated you. And I get that.
What faith do you have?
It's so hard. In God.
And how do you know you have faith in God?
Well, that's a good way. Well, because it's blind.
Because you are
Jesse,
blind?
It's blind faith.
How do you know you have faith in God?
Because I'm stubborn, and I believe in God over all else.
And how do you know you have faith in God?
I don't know. Does God have faith in me?
So why do you say you have faith in God when you don't know you have faith in God?
Your stubbornness kills me. I do have faith. But does God have faith in me? Where is he? Listen, Mayor Brandon Johnson stopped the shots fired program, right?
Yeah, I know he's no good, but the people
He
voted.
called it racist. So guess what? Yesterday, Jesse, they took all the shots fired equipment out. Racist how? In neighborhoods like mine, sometimes people are scared to call 911. So those shots fired. Anyway, I'm just saying.
So
I do have faith in God, but does he have faith in me?
How do you know you have faith in God?
It's the stubborn. I just know because my heart oversees everything else. But at the same time, my brain says, look at what's going on.
And so your question for me is what? How do you keep the faith
How do
in
you
God?
keep the faith?
Oh, okay.
How do you keep the faith?
I got it. You know the best way and the only way to keep the faith in God is to let it go.
What do you mean?
Let it go. Let go of the idea, because it's just an idea, that you have faith in God. And if you let that idea go that you have faith in God, you shall have faith in God.
I'm trying.
But don't even think about
trying.
whether you have it in Him or not, because it's just an idea, and ideas doesn't have anything to do with God. Ideas about God hate God. God has nothing to do with ideas, and ideas have nothing to do with God. So if you want to have faith in God,
babies are killing bees.
But that has nothing to do with you.
No, I watch it.
Right.
I watch it.
How do you feel when you see babies being killed?
Anger.
Why?
Because I didn't grow up like that.
And so what does that have to do with somebody else being killed?
Because I can't protect them.
It's
babies killing babies.
Is your job to protect them?
Maybe.
How's it your job?
Maybe it's my only job.
Is it?
Maybe it is. That's
Michelle. How is it?
Yes.
How is it your job to protect somebody else?
Well, because maybe, just maybe, I don't know. Maybe that's why I'm here.
Michelle.
I'm angry and I'm mad.
Michelle, what good is it doing you to be angry and mad at somebody else's situation? Who are you?
I know.
Who are you that you have the right to be mad at someone else's situation? Who are you?
Because I see it.
But it has nothing to do with you. Why are you playing God?
Okay, please don't be mad at me because I love you, Jesse.
I love you
so
too.
much, and that's why I'm asking. But where? And I know
Michelle,
you don't have
hold on a minute.
Answers,
Hold on a minute. Michelle,
Sure.
hold on.
Sure.
Let me take a quick break. Let me go quickly back to Michelle out of Chicago. She want to figure out how to hold the faith. Michelle?
Yes?
I want you to realize all the destructions that's happening in Chicago, in your family members' lives, your friends' lives, other people's lives have nothing to do with you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Your only job is to seek the kingdom of God for you and work on you, and you'll have paradise on earth. You cannot, and you're not supposed to feel sorry for anyone. You're not supposed to get involved in other people's lives. Those people are doing what they want to do.
That's hard. When I see this, and you know what, Jesse, what makes me more angry than anything is mainstream media. They won't cover what's happening every day in Chicago. Kiddos go to the
I know,
park,
because they want
shop.
the blacks. They want the blacks killing each other. They want the
They
warfare
do,
between.
Jesse. They want to keep blacks down.
Yeah.
Okay?
But
that's what Camilla does. She and her team of all these feminist women, okay, they want to keep not just the black man down, the white man down, fat man down. Because guess what? When you're a strong black man or a strong white man, yay! I love when you guys hold the door for me. I love when you protect.
Yeah.
But guess what? You're slowly being bought out by the system.
Absolutely.
You know?
So let me ask, Michelle, because of time, let me ask, you're right about that. You're absolutely right about what you see, all right? I agree with you, but you still don't have a right to be angry.
Thank you, Jess. I just don't know how to. I know. Well, okay, let me ask you this. How do I avert my anger or compassion? How do I avert it?
By overcoming anger, you have to allow God to take the spirit of anger away from you. Anger is evil. So you need to drop the anger, and then you'll have compassion.
Wow. But I'm like you. I'm stubborn. And okay, I will do that.
You got to forgive your mother for the way she treated you and making you...
How did you know that?
I'm sorry?
How did you know that?
How did I know what?
How my mother treated me. How did you know that?
Because you said you were angry. And the anger you have came from your mother. She caused you to become angry. And you need to forgive her. She couldn't help herself. Her mother did it to her. And you need to forgive your mother so God can forgive you. Then he'll take the spirit of anger away from you.
Okay.
Can you forgive your mother? Can you
my grandma?
Your grandmama was a cookie.
A saint. No, she wasn't a cookie or a chocolate chip cookie, but she was a saint.
A saint
oh
from
my God,
hell.
she's like you, Jess. She was old school. Oh my God, they don't make them like her anymore.
Will you forgive your mother?
She's passed on, but I try, but...
Yeah, just realize she couldn't help herself, and that's why you became like her, so you can't help yourself.
But how'd you know that?
Because you said you were angry. Anger comes from mothers.
That's pretty good.
And I want you to do my silent prayer. Are you familiar with that?
No.
Go to rebuildingaman.com/prayer.
Rebuildingaman.com.
.com/prayer.
Before you go,
And
can I
God,
ask you
and
one
God will
question?
help you, all right?
Thank you.
One last question. Go ahead.
Okay. Jesse, how do you maintain your belief with all of this evil going on? And like you said, the man can't even be a man anymore. And listen, I ain't gonna lie. Growing up with my grandma, okay, she had a little restaurant. She was in the kitchen. And a woman felt like a woman, you know?
Right.
We cooked for our men and, you know,
That's
my
right.
uncles, they took out the trash and, you know.
How old
and
are
it was
you?
Good. I'm 58.
You're 58?
Yeah.
Okay, here's the way you maintain. You got to overcome the spirit of anger. God will change your heart from anger to his love, and you will have perfect love, and then perfect love will protect you from evil.
Thank you, Jesse.
You're welcome.
And keep doing what you're doing. Sometimes I watch you on your podcast, and you go off on the best things because you care about America, and you take these lefties down. Keep doing it, Jesse. We need Trump and Vance in 2024 because if Camilla gets in, oh my God.
It's over.
It's over. Oh, shit. Can you imagine her with Putin in a room? Are you serious?
Putin
He will eat her
love.
alive.
He would. Absolutely.
I know. I know you have other callers.
All right. Call
Thank
me
you
again.
so much for your time.
Call me again, all right?
I will, Jesse. Thank you.
All right. Do the silent prayer. Let me know what you think.
I will. God bless.
God bless you, Michelle. Jay is out of California. Jay, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Jesse, how's it going?
All is well, Jay.
Awesome. Yeah, I called in before. was the one that called in. I was seeing the therapist, and I was talking about how I could forgive my mom. And you were telling me to drop the therapist and forgive your mom. And I forgave her yesterday. And it was the hardest thing. Like you said, I was shaking in my boots, man. It was the hardest thing I ever had to do.
Yeah.
I do real estate. I make phone calls for a living, and that was the hardest call I had to make ever. I was so nervous to make that call, man.
How old are you?
I'm 32.
So why was it so hard for you?
Because my mom did a lot when I was young to traumatize me, and she kind of painted this picture that, like, if I ever said anything about it, I was always judging her, and so I had this feeling like, this was going to be really hard to let her know that, like, I was actually resenting her for these things, and, like, for keeping me away from my dad, and playing like manipulation games and stuff with my head. And so I just mustered up the courage. I went to the park. It took me like 45 minutes of just sitting, contemplating what to say. And then I was just like, all right, I'm gonna just make this phone call. I did a FaceTime because she lives in another state. And then we just talked, and I just talked really. And she couldn't even look at me. Like, first she had the camera on her, and then she stopped looking at me because I could just tell it was hard. It was like throwing holy water on the demon or something, man. It was like she wasn't expecting me to, like, be honest. But I was coming from a place where, again, I didn't want to have any anger.
Yes.
I didn't want it to come from a place of, like, I'm pointing my finger at you as, like, no, I forgive you for these things. Like, I've been holding anger. And I don't want to be angry. And I even told her, like, it's not your fault. This is stuff that you learned from your mother. You never forgive her, And she used to tell me that as a child, even the horrible things, how bad her mother was to her. And, I already knew that she didn't have closure on that. So I just let her know, like, she kind of created you in her image, and then you kind of created me in your image, because all the anger I had in me, I learned that from you.
Yeah.
You're like my introduction to hate and anger, and, like, you put that inside of me, And then you said, have me in all these therapy stuff, telling me how I have all these anger problems and stuff. And it's like, I was acting out because I wanted to be with my dad. Like, if I would have felt that my dad wanted me, then I would have went and lived with him. But she told me my whole life he didn't want me.
Wow.
Yeah, so, like, my whole life I felt like I was acting out for my dad, and then, like, as a young man, I was always questioning, like, what it meant to be a man, and then I found you, like, in my 30s, and I was like, man, I've been a woman my whole life, and I didn't even realize it.
It's been your mama.
Yeah, exactly. I've been my mama my whole life.
So, because of time, what did she say?
She said, don't ever talk to her again.
She did?
Yeah. You know what really hurt me, Jesse, is that, well, it didn't hurt me, but it let me see something, is that the first thing after I said everything that I had to say, she said, I don't know who told you that. And it's like, wow, I took like 2 months to come up with what to say about how I felt. And the first thing that she did is totally, like, delegitimize that. This is how I felt,
Yeah.
Like, she's like, who told you that? Like, she was trying to point the finger at, like, my dad or my grandma on my dad's side, or, like, somebody had to have told me that to feel that way. It's like, but she just told me don't ever talk to her again. But, before we run out of time, I just want to say, like, I'm okay with that, because I know that if that's the last conversation that I have with my mom, she, like you said, she fall out dead tomorrow, I know the last conversation that I had with her is I forgave her for all of the evil things that she did to me when I was a kid. And that's, like, the best conversation you can have is the last conversation. So if that is the last conversation, if she wants to take her anger to the grave, and she can. But
You're
I'm not
absolutely right, man. You're not responsible for her action in her life at all. She want to live in hell and die in hell, let her live and die in hell. And if she never want to speak to you again, that's just fine. You can live your life now.
Absolutely, Jesse. I feel that peace that you talk about. Like, you don't really find that peace, but now I feel like, I do have a sense of peace. It's like I became a man. Like, I stood up to my mother, I became a man.
Yes.
I just wanted to thank you, man, because I always had anger towards her, and I know it's something that I needed to, but I didn't really realize how bad it was, and that it was a thing that was, like, really destroying every relationship that I had. Even I was in all these abusive relationships with women. They were verbally abusive, and, like, I was just tolerating things. I didn't have any boundaries because I just grew up with that. So
yes. And now, are you doing the silent prayer?
that I got to work on. I'm having a hard time sitting still. The sitting still part is hard for me because I got a busy life, like just the way that my life is. I'm always on the go, and so to be able to sit still. But I even heard what you were talking about, even when you're driving, to just be able to, like, you know, be still and, like, kind of check out, be there, be present, but be still, and, like, you know, navigating those thoughts, the good thoughts and the bad thoughts, keep them both out and just be still, you know.
But I'm
trying.
I really want to encourage you, now that your heart has changed from anger to love, from the nature of Satan to that of God. Now the light of God will destroy your false nature now. He will destroy that evil nature of fear and doubt and worry and loneliness and suicidal thoughts and all that. But you got to become present. You got to stay present instead of lost in your head, thinking about the past or the future. And so I really want to encourage you, first thing in the morning, last thing at night, and don't let the devil tell you you don't have time to be still. He doesn't want you to see him. So hold on, buddy. Let me take a quick break. Hold on. Let me go quickly back to Jay out of California. Jay went and forgave his mother. And so, Jay, what I was saying is now that old, you know, God said, in order to live, you must die. That old nature must die. Your mindset and emotions, which is the ego, must die. And so you need to be still, be present, so that God can do that for you.
Absolutely. Yeah, I felt that because before I kept describing myself, I kept feeling like a child.
Yeah.
You know, like I was like a child, like everything that I was seeing was like a child. And then I had to go back, like you said, and forgive my mother for everything that happened to me when I was a child.
Yeah.
And now I feel like that image of myself, like, is no more. Like that child.
Absolutely,
that did
man.
that, you know?
Yeah.
So I feel like it's good. Now, like you said, I just got to be still, know God, and, you know, it's good because now I had the same conversation with my dad. I had to forgive him, too, about some things, and he took it totally different. Now we have a great relationship, you know, like we talk all the time now, and, you know, now I'm really seeing, like, my dad always did want to have a relationship with me.
Yeah.
My mom was just trying to keep me to control him, to control the situation. It wasn't about love. It wasn't about caring about your kids. It was about control. It was about controlling us and controlling him. And it was never anything positive. My mom never really loved me. Because she wasn't able to.
Absolutely, man. That's amazing.
Yeah, man. I just want to thank you, Jesse, because I never would have put two and two together, man. I never would have had that conversation, and if I would have went and then my mom passed away, I would have had to live with that, and that would have been harder for me to come to terms with. I know that it's still possible to do that for those people that did lose, already their mom or whatever. But I know that, you know, I'm glad that I had the opportunity still. Like the people that are listening, if you haven't done it yet, take the opportunity. It's going to be scary. But again, if it's the last conversation you have, it's better for it to be about forgiving this person and everything that they did than for them, you know, to go away and you have to live with some anger.
Nice.
So, I appreciate you, Jesse.
Stay with it, and stay with it. And if you never talk to your mother again, wish her well in your heart and you live your life because you are free now.
Thank you, Jesse. Appreciate it, brother.
All right, buddy. Amazing. Let me go to Wendy. 888-775-3773. Wendy out of Ohio. Wendy, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Thank you, Jesse. How are you?
All is well, Wendy. Thanks for calling.
Yes, I called once before and talked to you about how to forgive my daughters because they don't talk to me.
Yes.
And I was able to get through that, but now it still kind of comes back, and it's not so much my daughters, it's my one granddaughter, because I've been in her life since she was born, and she just turned 12. And it bothers me, though, that they won't even let her talk to me. They won't let her FaceTime me or nothing. And I think at the age of 12, you know, she should have her own say, you know, if she wants to talk to me.
Right. So you say your daughters forgave you?
No, they haven't. They won't answer nothing. I tried messaging them on Facebook Messenger.
Right.
I tried calling them. The last time they spoke to me was at my mom's funeral, and they only said a few words because they felt like they had to.
And so why is it so important to you that they talk to you?
It's not really them, it's my granddaughter.
But why is it so important that your granddaughter talk to you?
Because I just feel like I need her.
Why?
I don't know. You know, that's the only trouble I'm having. I do the
Why do
silent
you
prayer
need your granddaughter?
because I guess I just feel like because she is so much like her mom, and I guess I just feel like I need that. I don't know how you would say it, like, because me and my kids were close up until like I got in the relationship I'm in now, and then that's when they started acting funny. I don't know if it's because they don't like the
Because mothers and fathers are not supposed to get involved with other people when they have children. It destroys the children because the parents are selfish when they do that, and the kids need both parents. But if they got to go without one or the other, they don't want you to get involved with someone else. They need your love. They need your attention.
Yeah.
Have you apologized to them for that?
Yes, I have, and I even went as far as telling them, can we sit down and talking and figure this out and forget the past and move forward, and they won't answer me. But
so you have apologized to them. Why do you need to be talking to the granddaughter?
I don't know. I just feel like I have to, but I think that's just my thought telling me that.
100%. When will you stop being afraid to not listen to thoughts?
That's what I was just going to talk to you about, because I do the silent prayer every day.
Yeah.
Morning and night, sometimes during the day. I went as far as going to see a therapist because they have me diagnosed as bipolar. They got me on medication, and I don't want this medication. I think it's doing more harm than more good. And
so I'm not a doctor, so I'm not telling you to take it or not take it. Knowing that your issue was a spiritual issue, why did you go see somebody else?
Because I wanted to talk to a therapist.
Why? Therapists are dumb.
But you know what? Actually, this guy that I go see, I tell him all about you, and he totally agrees with everything you say.
So then why do you put you on medication?
He's not the one that did it. It was a psychologist.
And so why did you go see a psychologist? And you saw a woman psychologist. Why did you do that?
Because, you know, I had the demons telling me I needed this medication, and now I'm telling her I don't want this medication no more.
And what she said when you told her that?
She said, I don't think you should go off of it, but that's your choice. I said, that's right. It's my choice, and I want to go off of it. And, you know, I only told her that because I know you can't stop taking it on your own. You got to get weaned off of it. And that's what I'm in the process right now of weaning myself off of all that, because I know deep inside, like I said, I listened to you. I forgave my mom and dad. And I know this medication is doing more harm than good.
When will you stop listening to thoughts, Wendy?
That's what I'm doing right now. I'm learning to live in the moment. The man I got, he listens to you also. You know, I'm trying to learn to listen to him.
Good.
Because I know I need to.
And so what sense does it make for you to believe you need your granddaughter. You don't need her at all, one iota. She's not yours. You just need to live your life now. Why
Yes.
don't you stay out of your head and just live your life? Work on you and live your life.
That's what I'm going to do. That's exactly what I'm going to do. And I also want to let you know that I am for the Great White Hope.
Right on.
Me and my boyfriend both, we just went and took classes. We're going to be poll watchers.
Right on. Nice.
Yep.
Finally.
And we want to make sure there's no funny business going on. We're going to be aware if they're trying to sneak ballots in there, people trying to come in and double vote, because I work at the table where I scan the IDs. I'm going to make sure there's no funny business, because we definitely need the Great White Hope back.
If ever we need it, we need him now.
Yeah, and that's why a lot of my family don't talk to me, because a lot of them Democrats.
Yeah.
And I just tell them, that's my opinion, and you don't like it, you don't have to talk to me.
Give them the finger.
Right.
So, Wendy, stop bugging your kids about their children. You don't need them. You wish them well. Let them live their life. You work on your life.
Yes.
And get out of your head about, oh, my granddaughter, I need her. You don't need her. That's insane. That's ego.
Yes, and my boyfriend tells me that a lot, too. He said, your ego, he goes, you got to, because I'm doing better, though, because I did have a lot of anger. I forgave a lot of people. I'm doing better as far as that part. And like I said, I listen to your show. I do the silent prayer.
What?
And I'm trying to listen to him, and I've been doing better at it.
Well, stay with it. Stay with it. Don't give up. Stay with it. And just watch those thoughts and emotions. Don't call them you, and they'll pass. You have apologized to your children. If they had any decency in them at all, they will forgive. If they forgive and come around, fine. But if they don't, fine. You are responsible for you now and no one else.
That's right.
So get that out of your head.
I sure will, and I appreciate it, because I can have a lot on my plate, and then I can call and talk to you. Like the first time I called you, it's like as soon as I got off the phone, my boyfriend's like, "You called Jesse?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Oh, so you faced your fear?" And I'm like, "Yeah." And I said, "Now it's just like a weight lifted off of me. Like I just felt so much better."
Absolutely. And that's what's going to happen when you let go of the ideas that you need your granddaughter, you need your kid, you need it. You don't need anything.
Nope.
You don't need anything. You have everything you need. It's all in you. Everything you want, everything you need is already with you.
That's right.
So just relax. Don't be bugging the and harassing and trying to get with your granddaughter. Wish them well and move on. Leave them alone.
Okay, Jesse. I appreciate you.
You too, Wendy. I wish you well.
And I hope the Great White Hope gets back in office.
We're gonna. What a time! What a time! What a time!
We can celebrate.
That's right. Amazing. Thank you, Wendy.
All righty.
All right.
Thanks.
Bye. When all God's children get together, what a time! What a time! What a time! We're gonna have a time. We're gonna have a time. We're gonna have a time. Amazing. Maurice is a first-time caller out of New York. Maurice, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
You good?
Hello?
Hello?
Maurice? Maurice?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay, go ahead. You're on the air.
Yes, sir. Okay. It's a pleasure to follow that clown you just had on your show.
That clown?
Yes, sir.
No, that was Bill Lockwood.
I said he's a clown.
And why?
He's a bigger clown than you.
Why you call him a clown?
Because he's spewing a lot of nonsense like you.
Like what?
Right?
Like what did
I'm
he
an independent voter out of New York. And I want to know why you think that I should vote for your great white hope, a man who is morally corrupt, has bankrupted so many businesses, yet you guys claim that he is this astute businessman.
Are you voting for Kamala Harris?
I have not yet decided who I will vote for.
And have you decided who you will not vote for?
Absolutely.
And so,
Donald Trump.
But not Kamala Harris. Why haven't you decided not to vote for her?
There are several boxes that need to be ticked off. You guys talk all the time about abortion. Yes, I'm against abortion. Yes, I'm against same-sex marriage. But what about
why haven't you
adultery?
checked off the boxes?
Let me finish, sir.
Why haven't you checked off the boxes for Kamala Harris? What is it about her that would even cause you to consider voting for her at all? What is it about her?
She is at least the lesser of two evils.
What is it about her that would cause you to even consider voting for her?
She is not as morally corrupt as Donald Trump.
What is it about Kamala Harris that would cause you to even consider voting for her?
I'm not so much going to vote for. I haven't said that I will vote for her. I said I will not.
But you have not. You have not given up the idea of possibly voting for her. And
yes,
why not? Why not?
Why haven't I given up?
Yeah. The idea of even considering for a second voting for Kamala Harris. Why haven't you given up the idea for Donald Trump? But why not for Kamala Harris?
Because she is not as dumb, stupid, lying, and morally corrupt as Donald Trump.
Why are you considering voting for Kamala? Why are you still considering voting for her? What is it about her that causes you to consider voting for her? What is it about her?
Sir, you asked me the same question 3 or 4 times.
Because you're not answering the question. I'm asking you. All you're doing is name calling. I'm asking you. I'm asking you, Maurice. What is it about? And do you vote?
Yes, I do.
You're an American citizen?
I certainly am.
You're not an illegal alien?
No.
Okay.
Absolutely not.
What is it about Kamala Harris that would cause you to even consider voting for her? Tell me, without the name calling, tell me what is it about her that would cause you to even for a second consider voting for her?
Because she is more than a viable option other than Donald John Trump.
In what way is she a viable consideration? What is it? In what way?
I do not know how many names are going to be on the ballot sheet.
We're talking about Kamala. In what way is she viable to you that you would consider voting for her?
Because I will be voting against Donald John Trump.
What is it about Kamala Harris that I'm asking you one more time? What is it about her that would make you not against Trump, but what is it about her that would make you consider voting for her?
Because she tells the truth.
What does she tell the truth about?
You asked me a question, I answered.
What did she tell the truth? Like
She
what?
tells the truth about everything.
Like what? Like what has she done? Is she better off? Is
about her
America better
ancestry?
off? Has she ever answered the question of, are you better off today than you were before they got in there?
Yes, she has. Yes, she has.
When did she answer that?
Yesterday, I asked her that in person.
You asked, you had lunch with her?
Pardon me?
You had lunch with her or something?
Sir, you see...
Are you her cousin?
No, I am not.
Did you have lunch with her? How you ask her that in person? And why does she say out loud, and we're better off today or worse? Why did she say it to you in private and won't say it out loud in public?
How do you know she has not said it in public?
Because I've been paying attention. She has not said it in public.
With all due respect, sir, you know the reason why you are a supporter of
No. Come back.
Because
why won't she say
you are
hey,
lawyer like he is.
I'm asking you a question, Maurice. You can't run from it. Why did she tell you that in private, but she will not say it out loud? Are we better off today?
You will run before I do.
Maurice, answer that question because I need you to make sense. And right now you're not making sense. Leave out the name calling. It's okay you want to name call Trump. But what is it about Kamala Harris, other than the name calling, do you love Donald Trump?
I love everyone.
Do you love Donald Trump?
I am a Christian, sir.
Do you love Donald Trump?
Yes.
And so why do you attack him personally?
Because he attacks everyone.
And so why must you do what someone else is doing if you're a Christian?
I have not attacked him.
Is he wrong for attacking others?
How have I attacked him?
You've been attacking others. You came on the show attacking him.
Tell me how I attacked him. When you ask questions, you want people to answer, but you don't answer.
Because you attacked him, we call him all these personal names.
Wait a minute.
Is Donald Trump wrong for doing that?
Of course he is. Yes, he is.
So if he's wrong for doing it, why are you doing it?
Because I have decided, when speaking about him, to stoop to his level and your level.
And you decided to stoop to somebody else's level?
Yes, like you do.
And where is the common sense in that?
When you ask him and he can answer that, I will answer it. How about that?
So you can't live your own life? What the? Why not live your own life? Why you got to be like somebody else?
I do live my own life.
No, you don't. You just said you're doing what Donald Trump is doing. How is that living your own life?
Listen.
How is that living your own life?
I live my own life.
No, you don't. You're doing what Donald Trump is doing. How is that living you said you stooped to his level. How is that living your own life?
I'm speaking only in terms
No. You're not living your own life.
You ask a question and you won't let me answer.
And you call Bill Lockwood a clown. How is that living your own life?
Because when I hear him speak, I think of a clown.
And so are you a clown for doing what he does?
I didn't say I do what he does.
You did. You said you stooped to his level. Are you a clown?
No, I'm speaking with one now.
Are you a clown?
No.
Bye, Maurice. Okay, break. Back in a moment. 888-7753-773. Let me go to a first-time caller, Jay, out of Pennsylvania. Jay, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, Jesse, how you doing?
All is well, Jay.
Yeah, so I just wanted to call and thank you. I appreciate how you communicate. Like, it's plain and simple, and for like a slow learner like myself, it was very helpful. And the brainwashing is very, very strong. It's very very troubling.
Yeah.
To see. So I'm like a real fast talker and a real slow learner, right? So how would one slow it down? You know?
That's a good question, Jay. The way you slow
you hear
it
how
down.
fast I talk?
Yeah.
I can't shut it off.
The way you slow it down is simply be aware of yourself doing it. And every time you catch yourself doing it, stop for a moment. Just be aware of it and then stop. You find yourself speaking fast, be aware that you're doing it and stop it. And eventually it will totally disappear and you will be totally in control of that. It will change. But it's the unawareness of doing it. You get carried away without realizing you are, and then you're way down the road. Just be aware of it.
I'm easily excitable, I guess you could say.
Have you forgiven your mama?
Yeah, that was fun. You know, that was entertaining. I probably said it at the wrong time.
What happened?
You know what I mean? Like I got excited and I said it like a smart AF. You know what I mean? And but I called her later on, and you know, we're getting there. It's you already know it's a rough road.
Well, you stay with it, man. You stay with it. Stay with. I don't care if the whole world turned against you. You stay with it, and God is with you. You have an amazing life.
Doubt.
So just be aware of the fast talking and stop in the moment, and then start back off. But just be aware; it'll change by itself.
Right. It's my one friend. She shared a Bible verse with me, and I think it's James 1:19. Quick to hear, and slow to speak. And I'm still working on it. Right.
Right on. Well, stay with it. I got to take a break, Jay. Call me again. 1 more hour to go. When I come back, your phone calls and super chat, the hate news, not the fake news. I'll be back. Manhood Hour's coming up in the 3rd hour every Wednesday. Manhood Hour. Rebuilding the family by rebuilding the man. But for now, the greatest hour of all hours, my friend, my nonprofit friend, the world's friend, the next president after Donald Trump, the smartest white man on this, one of the smartest white men on this side of heaven is here. It's the end of the month again. And Bill Lockwood is here. And Bill is the host of Patriotic Pulpit, and Bible studies with Bill Lockwood. He's a preacher of Our Park Church of Christ in Texas. And I'm encouraging you to support him. All right? Support Bill. His work is desperately needed. Really. And I'm not just saying that, folks. And so go to American Liberty with BillLockwood.com. American Liberty with BillLockwood.com. All right. Bill.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you today?
All is well. How are you, sir?
Great. It's great to be with you again. Thank you for the plug there.
Oh, yeah. I really do want people to help you because you're doing some serious work. You're really putting the truth out there that we all need to know. I've learned so much from you that it's not even funny. It's amazing.
Well, thank you for that, Jesse. Well, I try. I'm a student and I try to put it out there, but thank you so much for that. I enjoy you and I sure appreciate your stand for truth.
Yeah, we got to stand. So I got to ask, so much I want to talk to you about. For right now, how are you seeing things? How do you see what's happening in my country right now?
Well, in my view, I'm going to quote Christopher Rufo. Christopher Rufo wrote a book regarding the takeover of America by socialism, communism, and how the radical left has won everything. And his latest book, anyway, he says in the book, he says really they're at the end game. They're at the final conclusion point of it. That is, we've been going down a socialistic track for almost 100 years, maybe a little bit more than 100 years at least. But he says they're at the end game now, and that's why we're seeing so much violence, and that's why we're seeing so much rancorous activity in America, because they're trying to put the capstone on it at this particular point. And that's what they're trying to do. They tried to do it with Barack Obama. We kind of resisted, and we had Donald Trump come in there, but boy, they came unglued at that particular point. And then, of course, we have Joe Biden, who's just sold us down the river, and then Kamala Harris. They're just going to finish us off into this communistic, socialistic state.
Amazing. I was thinking about the illegal alien situation, and though I wasn't paying a lot of attention to politics when Ronald Reagan was in there, but I do remember an uproar about amnesty, and it seemed like Ronald Reagan was one of the first president who allowed amnesty under the promise that it will only last for so long, it will be the only one or something like that. And I remember some Republicans saying that it wasn't true. And it seemed as though Ronald Reagan opened the floodgate of amnesty in America. Is that true, or am I seeing that wrong?
No, I think you're correct on that. Now, my understanding of that, and if I'm incorrect on this, I'm happy to be corrected. But my understanding is Ronald Reagan had made a deal with the Democrats, Tip O'Neill, and the deal was that they were going to secure the border. The Senate was going to secure the border, but they wanted to have amnesty for I think it was like something like, I don't know, maybe 1 million or 2 million illegals that were in here at that particular time. So he gave amnesty under the impression that the border would be sealed. But that is what the Democrats refused to do. They'd never sealed the border, and Reagan said it was one of his mistakes because they absolutely did not follow through with their promise. They don't follow through with their promises. They talk a big game, but they don't do it because they want illegals. They dislike America. They hate the America that we have. And so they want to absolutely change the culture entirely of it. And so we have really what is a cultural war going on. That's what Christopher Rufo's book's all about. But we have a cultural war. And the reason Democrats by the way, to allow the illegals in here as they have done is not only a cultural war, but it is a violation of law. Kamala Harris has overseen, along with Joe Biden, the destruction of the American law system by the breakdown of the border. It's all illegal. And she doesn't want to call them illegal. She's on tape now. We see on tape saying, give them all amnesty because that's all they want. They can't win on their ideas. So they ended up flooding America with illegals. And the chaos that we see is the result of their desire.
Yeah. Were you surprised when they imposed the Haitian on the people in Ohio, a little small town in Ohio out of nowhere, and now down in Ohio area there's nothing but chaos. The blacks are eating the cats and the dogs and the ducks from the ponds, and it's just nothing but chaos, car accidents and all kinds of stuff. Were you surprised when they dumped the blacks on the white people in Ohio?
No, they want to do that. See, Barack Obama had done that himself. He had flown huge groups of Muslims from the Middle East, and they just flew them over the border. They airlifted them in, so they don't cross the border actually on foot. They airlift them in, and so what did he do? He put huge minority populations, for example, in Amarillo, Texas. So in Amarillo, which was a huge conservative stronghold, they actually dilute the voting bloc by doing that. And that's what Barack Obama did. That's what Joe Biden is doing. So he puts them into these big conservative zones, and he absolutely destroys the voting bloc as well as the peace and law and order of those particular neighborhoods. And that is not surprising. That's what they want. FDR said this, Jesse, that in politics, nothing happens by accident. This is not accidental. This is not something, that's too bad that happened. I can't believe that happened. No, this is what they desire. This is what they knew was going to happen. This is what they planned for the chaos for America.
When you first heard about the assassination attempts on Donald Trump, the Great White Hope, what were your first thoughts? Were you surprised? And then the way it's been dealt with now, they're trying to blame Donald Trump for it, saying that his rhetoric is causing it. And were you surprised, and are you surprised at the way that the government is dealing with it, almost like it's not a big deal?
Right, yeah. So when Donald Trump was first elected, it's interesting that we had people declaring that these celebrities and liberals declaring that they were going to blow up the White House, that they were going to have him assassinated. Snoop Dogg had a video in which he depicted the assassination of Donald Trump. Don't tell me it's Donald Trump's rhetoric. This is how the left has behaved from the time he was elected. Before he even took seat in office, they were already talking violently about getting rid of the president. Then you have Katie Griffin, who is out there depicting a beheading of Donald Trump. And this was going on and on and on. They talked about the loss of our democracy. They don't even know what democracy is. But at any rate, they're the ones who started this all. They started that before he even did one legislative act or one executive action.
And so when you heard of that first attack, when they shot him in the ear,
right?
And then the second, what were your thoughts with the first attack, assassination attempt?
Well, I just thought the deep state has ginned up enough hatred against Donald Trump that they are actually going to try to carry this out. And I thought they had. I didn't know that he had only been wounded so slightly, but I knew, I have felt in my bones for a long time that this is what they have desired. This is what they've wanted. This is what they've talked about. They've done everything except put the gun in the hands of assassins and sent them out there. They've done everything but that. And so now we have another guy that was at the golf course trying the same thing. But these people are, you know what? Vladimir Lenin said it best. He said that we have a country of useful idiots. They're useful to the left, and they're idiots because they are controlled by the mainstream media, the leftist media, who gins up hatred against Donald Trump and anyone who wants to roll back the size of government. Anybody who's a conservative of any kind, they want to roll it back, and they want to destroy that person. And that's exactly what's happening here.
And now they're saying, some news outlets are reporting that Iran, I think it's Iran, want to take him out too. And they have somehow or another gotten into his computer system and all that kind of stuff. And the Democrats still don't care. I'm stunned because I'm learning as I talk to you about this. I'm stunned that our government, the American government, is so against the people and hunger and thirst after power and wealth that they would do almost anything to get it. And now I'm concerned that Donald Trump won't make it until the election time. I just don't know what to think at this point.
Well, it is difficult to swallow, and I think it is so evil and wicked, as you understand also, that I think American people have a hard time believing that we can have such a deep state that is so wicked and so evil.
Yeah.
For example, the Biden White House has been in joining hands with the prosecutorial business in New York and in Georgia, trying to put Trump behind bars. Yeah. What is the president of the United States, the Democrat Party, doing, joining with the prosecutors at local places, trying to get them to put Donald Trump away? You know, the depth of their wickedness knows no bounds. It is. We don't know how deep it is. So I would not be surprised if the Biden administration is not somehow knowing about some of these things, at least from Iran, knowing about these. You know what? But by the way, at the Pennsylvania attack against Donald Trump, do you know the Secret Service had resisted having a counter sniper for months previous? That was the first time, I understand, that they had a counter sniper on the roof. They had resisted that. They didn't want to do it. As a matter of fact, Democrats have wanted to pull away the Secret Service protection from Donald Trump. Some of the congressmen did that because, well, he's a convicted felon, so therefore he should have no Secret Service protection. You know very well what they know what's going to happen here. They absolutely know that we have wickedness in this country, and there are a lot of people willing to pull the trigger. And that's exactly what I think the Democrats are all about.
There are people who believe that Donald Trump, it's crazy. I've literally spoken to people who believe that the whole assassination attempt on Donald Trump, the first one and the second, was a setup. They're saying that Donald Trump did that in order to get attention because he was losing, they say, and he was trying to bring himself back up in the poll, and that he was losing. And they believe that the whole thing was planned.
Yeah, that I tell you what. Now just think about that. How stupid is that thought that Donald Trump would plan that he said, I want a sniper over here 130 yards away, and I'm going to turn my head and I want you to take off my right ear. You know what? There is no way anybody would be. I can't believe anybody would be so stupid
Me
as to
either.
believe okay, yeah, I'm going to stand up there and allow a guy with an AR-15 to shoot at my head. But by the way, I want you to only nick my right ear. Yeah, right. Yeah. But you know, Democrats will believe anything. They believe anything at all. So that's why they're as Vladimir Lenin said. And I don't mean to be so blunt, but Lenin's the one who said it. They're useful idiots. They're useful to the left cause, and they're idiotic because they believe anything the left media tells them. And that's exactly what that is. It's a useful, idiotic idea.
And so are you saying that the voters that vote, the people who vote for the Democratic Party, are useful idiots, or the representatives?
Well, Vladimir Lenin said that regarding the voters, the people that are out here.
That makes sense.
Yeah, the people. He says they're just useful idiots, and he says that's how they are because they want. You see these signs in yards like Harris and Walls. You know, I thought, do you understand the basics of our country and the Constitution? Do you understand? You know, Barack Obama also relied upon the useful idiots too, because you know, he lied to the American people to get into office, and then he changed his mind supposedly on marriage between a man and a woman. Said, no, I think that it's between a man and a man. No, he knew all the time. He was part of homosexual clubs in Chicago. He had already believed in that. David Axelrod came on and said later in his book, said, no, they lied to the American people to get in office. And then after they get in office, then you go back to your normal belief. And that's exactly what Kamala Harris is doing. She's lying. Well, I believe in fracking. You know, I don't believe in taking guns away from people. No, she believes in all of that.
Yeah, I was going to ask you about Kamala Harris. What is your impression of her? What's wrong with her? She seems to be empty, and she doesn't know how to find a way out of a paper bag.
Yeah, she's just an empty blouse. Yeah, you know, actually, she is only a puppet. Yeah. We know that the deep state recently, just about 700 people from the government deep state, that is, these people that are ensconced in positions of influence in our government, the bureaucracy, the bureaucrats, so Democratic leaning, 700 of them have endorsed her. They're the ones who are controlling the government, and she is simply the figurehead. She's an empty blouse, and that's all that she is. And she really doesn't. She got to her position. She got there by sleeping with Willie Brown. That's the deal. And he gave favors to the people that, you know, that were his mistresses and so forth. And that's what he did in California. She advanced because of that kind of thing. Now, people may say, well, Donald Trump is not morally clean either. That's true. But you know what? It's different with women on this particular case. And people may fall out and jump all over the show saying this, but it's different. It's different for women in the sense that she has advanced in her position due to the men that she has had relationships with in the past. When a man has relationships that are immoral, they usually hurt him. They don't advance him at all.
Right.
But in her case, it has advanced her all the way up. Willie Brown gave her positions because, hey, you know, she is his mistress. So he put her in position, DA of San Francisco, then AG of California. And now look at this. It's just, and here's another thing. The Democrats have disenfranchised all of the voters. There's not a single voter in the Democratic primary that voted for her. Not one. They don't care. It's all about power, as you said. It's all about the Barack Obamas and the George Soroses or whoever gathered together and said, you know, we've got to get Joe Biden out and we're putting Kamala Harris in. That's the ones who control this country.
Where did you get that information? Because I've heard that before too about this Jimmy Brown, whatever his name. What's his name?
Willie Brown?
Willie Brown.
Am I saying his name wrong?
No. But where did the story come from about Willie Brown helping her to get going the way she did? Where's that from?
Well, there's a lot of places you can look at. There are several stories. You can look at the New American website. They'll have articles on it.
Okay.
Conservative websites, they'll have stories on this, and that's well known that she was his mistress, and I mean she had pictures with him and so forth, and But at any rate, that's just the case with her.
I remember this song, "Girls, you can't do what the guys do and still be a lady."
Yeah, and of course, I'm not endorsing anyone to be immoral.
Yeah,
and I don't believe that's right, obviously. But that's exactly how her case is. Yeah.
So I know you don't know the outcome of what's going to happen in November, but the way things are looking, will Donald Trump win, or will the Democrats somehow or another get Kamala Harris in there?
Well, I am fearful about it. For one thing, I know that the way Donald Trump talks and others, that we need to flood the voting booth in early voting.
Yeah.
In order to curtail or forestall the cheating that the Democrats do, and that's exactly what they did in the last election. We know that I say cheating, but what, I know that people don't like that, but they changed the laws in certain states, such as the state of Pennsylvania, where they changed the laws about who can early vote and how the voting could be done. Those laws were changed unilaterally by judges, in spite of the fact that the voters are the ones to have changed the laws. So, but that's Donald Trump's statement. He says, so he's concerned about it. So I read a statement just the other day, and that is that this is a world-class economist, and he made the comment, he said, there's no way the left is going to allow Donald Trump to be president again. There's no way that the world globalists are going to allow Donald Trump to be president again, because they have a globalist cabal that is working across the globe, inclusive of the Democratic Party, that refuse the America First agenda.
That's amazing.
Now, that's it. That's his comment now. So that's any rate. So I don't know. We can take it from there and draw the conclusions as you may.
That's amazing. Well, I definitely don't know. I just have a wait-and-see attitude, too, because anything can happen now. I noticed that the Democrats, for a long time, have been able to do and say whatever they want, act any kind of way they want, and get away with it, because the Republican Party representatives have not been able to stop the Democrats at all. But if the Republicans were to say something about the Democrats or whatever that's not true or true,
right,
the Democrat would want to punish the Republican, and the Republican would jump on board with the Democrats to punish their own. I never understood that.
Well, that's because the cleavage in America is not between Democrats and Republicans. The cleavage, and I talk about Democrats in a negative way here, but the cleavage is not really those two parties. The cleavage is between globalists, that is the socialists, and which is inclusive of all the Democrats, as well as many Republicans who are neocons. And those neocons are on the Democratic side. So you have the Mitt Romneys, the late John McCain, and people like that who are neocons. That is, they are socialists, and they are actually the socialists of the Republican Party. There may be more soft socialists, but they are socialists, and so they line up with the Democrats almost on every type of issue. They simply don't want it to go down the track as fast as the Democrats do. So there are many neocons in the Republican Party. They're weak-kneed. They say, we want to work with the Democrats and blah, blah, blah. And you know what? The Democrats are really basically the Marxists of America. We want to compromise with the Democrats. Well, look, we've compromised for over 100 years, and we're almost really now at the capstone of socialism in America. That's what's going on here. The left has controlled everything. They control academia.
Yeah.
They control the mainstream media. They control large corporations. They control the government, the deep state. What is left?
Amazing.
Yeah.
And so we're never gonna. I mean, it's just gonna become a socialist America now. And really, those who are not for it just going to have to live in it and accept it, huh?
You know, the late Walter Williams, the great columnist. You've read
Yeah.
Walter. You probably had him on the show some.
And he was he was on my board. Even though he's dead, he's still living. He was a board member of my nonprofit.
Well, I think he was probably the clearest thinker and greatest columnist, I think, in the last several decades. And he said, you know, socialism is simply the monies that we pay out of our pocket to the federal government. So he said, we work from January until the end of May. Now, when he wrote that article, it was 10, 15 years ago, but now we work to January into June, one half the year, for the man in Washington, D.C. That is nothing but socialism, at least half the socialism. The government allows you to keep half of your money, but they have also floated ideas of extending the tax rates or expanding the tax rates even up to 75%. Kamala Harris wants to expand the tax rate for corporations up to 28%. She wants to take it, they'd love to take it higher and higher and higher, driving companies out of corporations out of this country. Yeah. So that is the definition of socialism, and that is that I can't keep my money. I can stay in my house, but if I don't pay my taxes, they come get it. I can keep my car, but if I don't pay my taxes, they come get it. Who owns it? I'm renting from the government. Yeah. I'm renting my car from the government, and that's basically a socialistic idea, and we don't realize it, but we're basically almost really completely socialistic.
So we're already in prison and don't know it.
In a lot of ways, that's true. And that's why it's beginning now to simply work out in the populace, which is why we're seeing so much chaos in the streets and chaos everywhere. That's
amazing. Right. Bill, can I hold you over for one more segment at least?
Sure, that'd be great. Yeah, you bet.
Bill, before we get back into the communications here, tell folks how to get your website, how to help you, and all kind of stuff.
Oh, thank you for that, Jesse. Well, I have a website that is patriotsforliberty.com, and there's a donate button on there, and you can help out on that one. And then the show is a Patriotic Pulpit, and that's on Amazon Music app as well as Spotify app, and it's on YouTube. So Patriotic Pulpit. And then I have, of course, also Bible studies with Bill Lockwood. Those are the things I do in the pulpit every Sunday, and Bible class and so forth. So, and then right now, I'm, matter of fact, preaching on will America succumb to Marxism? And that's what I'm preaching on, because Marxism is basically an alternative religious orientation. So we need to recognize that. But a lot of people and a lot of preachers are afraid to talk about that, apparently. But that's exactly what we're facing.
Amazing. It's so amazing to see this happening in America. And it's like, it's like there's nothing you can do about it. And that's what's so weird about it. It's just happening, and there's nothing or no one who can stop it.
Well, you know what? I heard Donald Trump say this the other day, but I know it's true because I've done some research myself on this, about the people that are Christians in America are non-participating in the election process.
Yeah, I heard him say that too.
Yeah, George Barna came out the other day. He's at Arizona Christian University north of Glendale, Arizona, and he said that 60 to 75% of people who claim to be Christians do not participate in the election process. And I think their thinking is this, that, well, God is in control, but that's not the issue.
Right.
The issue is not whether God is in control. The issue is, am I to engage in this process, and can my engagement change the course of things? Can it change the course of America? The answer is resoundingly yes, yes, and yes. I should engage. Jonah came to the people of Nineveh, said 40 days Nineveh will be destroyed. That was God's promise. But they repented, and God relented. It changed the course of Nineveh because they repented and they got involved in their repentance. The same thing is true regarding Americans. I hear Americans say real blithely, well, God's in control. Well, you know what? It makes a difference whether I live in freedom or slavery, whether I have freedom to own a firearm and protect my own family, or whether I'm going to be subject to gang activity going on here in Wichita Falls or whatever. It makes a difference whether I pay most of my paycheck to the man in Washington, D.C., or whether I can keep my own earnings that God has given me, whether I have freedom of speech or not. It makes a difference whether I can preach in the pulpit or whether I'm going to have to meet in silence. It makes a difference, and that difference is going to be found in the ballot box or in the election booth.
Yeah. I want to ask. I was flipping through the channel the other day of the TV, and I saw this little guy.
Okay. Yeah. What did the little guy say?
I saw this little guy, Mike Pence. I think Mike Pence.
Oh, yeah.
And he was not outright supporting Kamala Harris, but he was outright against Donald Trump.
Right.
And I couldn't. And I'm like, I didn't know what to think about that. And you say, what's wrong with him?
Yeah. Well, I say what's wrong with him. Well, you know what? When Donald Trump selected him, I was a little bit fearful of him anyway, because I think he's way too soft. And at this particular point, we have to have someone who's a president who's going to be strong enough, as Donald Trump said in the last debate with Kamala Harris. He said, that's because I fired a lot of people. She said, well, a lot of those military leaders and other people, they're against you. He said, that's because I fire people if they don't do their job. And so I think that Mike Pence, in my opinion, is way too soft. And it was that hard line that Donald Trump takes. I thought that was too tough. Mike Pence is big against abortion. Well, in this election, if that's the big litmus test issue, why is Mike Pence not on board 100% with Donald Trump? Because Kamala Harris, let me tell you, is for homosexual marriage and for abortion on demand. What does Mike Pence like about that? I don't know.
What a mess.
It is a mess. And I don't think, I don't understand why in the world they cannot see straight on that one.
Amazing. So a question for you. If you live and think foolishly, is God in control of the affairs of your life? That's a question for you.
Yes, it is. You know, God is in control of everything in the world, and that's true. At the same time, we have free will and we make decisions, and those decisions lead to good outcomes or bad outcomes. So God can use poor or bad outcomes and negative outcomes. He can use those for his greater purposes. That does not mean I'm going to be saved. Doesn't mean that I'm going to be the righteous man. I can lose my soul, but nevertheless, it works out for God's purposes. So God uses those events. But the issue is not, of course, once again, whether God is in control and could utilize those events, which is the case. But the issue is, should I be engaged in the fight for right? Should I be engaged to stand up for truth against error and against the lies of the communists and the Marxists and the leftists and the socialists and the Democrats? Should I be engaged in that?
Yeah.
And the answer is absolutely. If I don't engage, God's going to use all of the events anyway, but the more we engage, the better the outcome will be.
I want to ask about Israel and the war with that's going on, Hezbollah, right? It seems to be escalating, getting worse. And some people are predicting that there may end up being a World War III or something like that. What do you think about this war with Israel and that country?
Well, you know what, I think from the very beginning what Trump said was right. And I'm not saying this just because Trump said it. You know what? We have funneled money to Iran, which is the biggest state sponsor of terror, Hezbollah and Hamas and those countries. And we have funneled money to those countries continually by not being energy independent.
Yeah.
We were energy independent when Trump was president, but the globalists don't want us to be energy independent. They want us to be dependent upon foreign oil from Iran. So we wash them in cash. Obama thought we couldn't get enough of it over there, so Obama sent plane loads of cash. We buy so much oil from them. We have bathed them in cash, and so now they can state sponsor terror all over the world, and that's exactly what they've done. If it would dry up the spigots if we had energy independence in America, which we can do and must do. And that's what the America First agenda is about. But if we can't do that, if we go with a globalist such as Kamala Harris and the United Nations, then we're going to continue to send our funds overseas, and they're going to continue to fight all the time.
I was thinking about the United Nations, and I wanted to ask, and then I want to at least squeeze in one call for you, if not more. But has the United Nations ever done anything good? Have they ever ended any wars? Or I don't even know what they don't seem to be. They don't seem to be good for anything.
Yeah, that's because the design was not to be good. The design was to put us into a global government. The design was to siphon money out of the American taxpayer's pocket, send it to such places as the World Bank and the International Monetary Fund, and send it overseas and to fund those nations. That's the goal of the United Nations, is to bring us into a global government. And they said that from the beginning. But they kind of colored it. They kind of hid that in the back rooms. And so that's why those people who were communists, such as Alger Hiss, were involved in, and the Harry Dexter Whites of the FDR administration were involved in the ground floor of the United Nations in order to bring us into a global government. A global governance is how they called it, and to take the money out of the American pockets and send it overseas. And that's why we have never seen anything good from the UN. That's why they're telling us what to do right now.
And so do the American representatives know that? And if they do, are they in support of that too? Just sending our money and not really.
They vote for every year. Yep. Now Donald Trump tried to roll it back with the Paris Climate Accord. He said we're not sending money over there for that because that is a punishment to America, sending money overseas. Joe Biden, the first thing he did when he was in office, he said we're going to get back in the Paris Climate Accord and we're going to send money back over there. It's reparations for our climate sins, and we're going to send them overseas to the third world countries. What is that? That's socialism on a global scale. That's what the United Nations was designed to do.
Amazing. I was thinking the other day, and I said it on my show, I believe, that when I look at the representatives in our country today, all these women and weak men and shallow people, they don't seem to know anything. They have no common sense. They're just, I remember at least in the good old days when I was growing up, men that ran the country, though they had some issues, they were for strong police forces. Make sure you go to jail if you commit a crime. They protected us around the world. They had like real men that would at least stand for that. But we don't. Everybody's so airhead.
Yeah.
They're so.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
You know, but because I can't. I'm thinking about these representatives like from everywhere, but they're so airhead. They just don't have any common sense about anything.
Yeah. Well, you know what, Jesse? I apologize, but I probably ought to split. I probably ought to go here.
Yeah.
I've got a class waiting for me in a few minutes, so I've got to get on into town.
I know, Bill, and I don't want to get too far.
I'm sorry about that.
No
I
problem.
enjoy being with you here.
Tell the folks how to get you again. I mean, how to reach you.
Yeah, it's Patriotic Pulpit, and that is on Amazon Music app as well as the Spotify app, and then American Liberty with Bill Lockwood. That's the donate button, and then of course Bible Studies with Bill Lockwood.
Right on. Thank you, Bill. I appreciate that extra time you did give.
You bet.
And if you need me to write the principal a note for you, I will.
Okay. I'll do that. All right, Jesse. Lord bless you.
What do you think about my glasses?
Oh, I love it. That's great. That's, LL Cool J. That's cool.
Thank you, Bill.
All right. Bye-bye.
All right, buddy. Hi, Ashley.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, heartache.
So, my question is, I'm really curious.
Curiosity killed the cat. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
So I got in an argument with my husband this morning, and it was more so of me kind of yelling at him. And now that I'm calm and I'm driving, and I was thinking, like, what I want him to tell me what to do. Like, he doesn't even have to say it nicely, like demand. Like, I wish he would have said, go sit down, go do the silent prayer, and then you can come back and talk to me, or not at all. You know, like, be quiet the whole day. Like, is that wrong for me to want? Like, that's why I got upset. Well, because of the devil, but some of the things that I was saying was like, I want you to tell me what to do, basically. Is that wrong? And like, is that the devil? And I'm really...
Why do you need or want him to tell you to go be still, sit down and do the silent prayer?
Because I should have not gotten so upset.
Right, he should have told you to calm down, but why do you need him to tell you to be still, to go and do the silent prayer? Why do you want that?
Because that would have been good for me, for him.
But you shouldn't need or want anyone to tell you to work on yourself, to get up and do the silent prayer, to forgive. You got to see that for yourself in order to overcome. Right. Now, your husband should correct you when you're wrong, when you're overreacting. He'll tell you to calm down. You're angry, you're overreacting. You're absolutely right about that. But you shouldn't want that. You should only want what's right.
Well,
Ashley, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
But obviously I wasn't right, Jesse, because I was emotional. But I was like, I was literally yelling, I want to do what's right. Like, I'm so frustrated.
Are you doing the silent prayer and stuff?
Every day.
And so why are you frustrated?
Because last night we had a conversation that he's like, I really feel like this past week I've made like huge, like you said, like God is a revealing God. Like I'm like, wow, like there's certain things that like I'm starting to really understand and also realize that I'm not alone. And I felt like I had like the best week so far in my entire progress of my whole life. But then he said that it's being done wrong from the ego and last night. And then so when I was driving home, I was really contemplating it, and I was like, man, is like everything like, am I still like so yeah, I'm just left like, I'm like, no, like don't get frustrated about that. Like, what if he's like really right and I still don't understand?
You're too into it, Ashley.
Yeah. That's what he said too.
You need to relax. You're going from one extreme to another one. So you need to just relax and just watch the thoughts like you're watching a movie. Don't try to make anything happen. And don't be wanting your husband to do anything or not. Just relax and let life happen.
Yep, that's what he said.
So why don't you listen?
Because I'm really struggling to trust him.
Trust who?
My husband.
Why you trust? Don't struggle to trust them or not trust them. Don't try to trust them and don't try not to. Just live your life. Don't have an idea about anything.
But doesn't that take like conscious effort to be conscious of God, to be watchful of your thoughts? And if I'm just living my life, then I'm not focusing all of that, because I've done that in the past where I'm just living my life, you know? So like there's some kind of disconnect. Like I really want to understand what you and him are saying. How do I just live my life and also be conscious? Like
you live your life by being conscious, by staying instead of having being in your thoughts about the past or the future, or worried about what your husband should or should not do, or what you should or should not do, or what you should or should not be. You just stay present and it will happen for you. There's nothing else you need to do, and just go about your day, go to work, make your meals, and stuff like that, you know, say hi to your husband. But there's nothing else for you to do but stay present. You can't make anything happen. If you stay present, meaning keep your mind where your body is. then God got you. He'll make your life work. He will cause you to overcome thinking, living in your imagination, and he will cause you to become free. You can't make that happen. I can't make that happen. Your husband can't make that happen. It's a spiritual thing, and of ourselves, we can do nothing. We don't have a free will. We can do nothing. All we need to do is just live. So stay present and relax. Hello?
Yeah. Sorry, I was
It's
really
me.
contemplating what you're saying.
Stop wanting for your husband to do this and wanting for that. Stop trying to make God be a part of your life. Stop trying to make yourself conscious. Just practice being where you are. Wherever your body is, bring your thoughts back there.
Okay.
Don't make it a big deal. Are you going to call hate today so he can call you a crazy woman?
Sure.
Hate going to call you that crazy lady.
Oh, sure. I know. Like I'm listening to you saying like you're only serving Satan, or you're only making decisions from the devil, and you're only making decisions from God, and that we actually are not making decisions. And I thought, yeah, for sure. Crazy lady.
Hold on a minute. Ashley.
Jesse.
Calm down, all right?
Okay.
Don't stop trying to make your husband be what you think he should be.
Yeah.
And you just keep your eyes on you and work on you.
I felt like I did that recently, and then I told him last night in a conversation, I was like, and I feel like I'm finally at a place where it's like, I don't care what you're doing over there with your journey. That's your journey.
Right.
And for the first time, I can think about it, and it's not heart-wrenching.
Nice.
And then his response to me, made me recontemplate everything that I'm been doing, like as if I'm like, okay, like I'm constructing it wrong. So, but you and him keep saying it's so simple, and that you always come back with the same answers. So here I am. I'm probably just once again just getting too intense.
Yeah, absolutely. It is simple. It's so simple in that there's nothing you need to do but watch. Watch those thoughts and just live your life. That's all you need to do.
Okay.
Nothing else. And then you go about your day doing your practical stuff and, working and whatever you do. But for as those thoughts and emotions, just watch them, but don't call them you, and you'll be fine. Calm down.
Yes, sir.
All right?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Have a great one.
Okay, you too. I want to go and talk to, out of Nevada, ARMANTE, a first-time caller out of Nevada. ARMANTE, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hey, how's it going, man?
All is well.
So, I'm not particularly interested in challenging you per se.
Uh-huh.
I just wonder if I can get you to reconsider some of your stances about the black community and maybe apply a little bit more empathy. Yeah, and I hope I don't sound like a passive person when I say that, because I am stern on a lot of things, but that's just how damning the circumstances in the black community is, that we require a lot of empathy. And I see quite a lot of black people talk to you that may consider themselves intellectuals, but I don't think any of them has been keen enough to truly communicate to you the real root of this agitation and entitlement that I've heard you mention.
Okay, go ahead.
Well, just for one minor example, there's many examples, but I like to think of a ant colony and how ants kind of work in a cohesive fashion until they're shooken up or until they're rattled. And then one thing that you notice is that once the ant colony is rattled, that's when all of these certain type of hostile behaviors and confusion comes about. And my suggestion is that Black people, we are inherently harmonious. We are inherently civil, but the circumstances, the generational circumstances of this country has led us to a point of irredeemable frustration, irredeemable just behaviors, because we've been knocked into pretty much a senseless state of being by societal scrutiny. And I'm totally prepared for the argument of, other societies and other peoples have been marginalized in other societies and they have redeemed themselves. But I have quite a few reasons why I think that might be why that might not be happening with as much speed as people would like in Black America.
So, how old are you?
I'm 27.
Oh, okay. I don't understand what you're saying at all. Give me one situation that has happened to the Blacks that they are blaming and begging and have no sense of self. And not all, but they have no sense of self-control, and they don't think by themselves and for themselves. What has happened? Give me one incident that happened to them that caused them to be that way today.
I can name several. So
let's do it one at a time.
Okay, one at a time. I'll take the political hero Fred Hampton of the Black Panther Party, and I'm referencing something in the '60s, but it absolutely applies to today, because the significance of people like Fred Hampton and the significance of what they were doing was they were trying to rehabilitate us from our current circumstances, and he was actively doing it, and it was working. He was organizing, and he was bringing rehabilitation to his community. Now, and this is unbiased history. I'm not trying to suggest upon anything just for the sake of winning the argument. It is court documented that the federal government was charged with murdering Fred Hampton. And
but you're telling me something that's happened to one man. What's wrong? No. What I'm asking you is, what has happened to the Blacks that they need somebody, number one, to represent them? You mentioned Fred Hampton, so we'll say he had the little Black Panther Party, whatever they had. What's wrong? What happened to the Blacks that they're not able to stand as individuals?
Yeah, and so this is my point of mentioning Fred Hampton, because I think that you find that in any society, there's usually one or two, or maybe a political governance like the Black Panther that acts and speaks as a voice for the people, and a lot of the times societies are lifted up because of these people.
That's not true, because Black people prior to the Civil Rights Movement did not have voices speaking up for them, and they were more independent. They did not hate or blame the white man. They did not have leaders, no Black leaders, no white leaders. They had families. Abortion was almost unheard of. And they owned land. They moved about the country. They had a life. And so it's not true that they need a Fred Hampton or anybody else to stand up for them. And there's no one that ever stood up for the Black that made them better. They have only gotten worse.
No, okay, well, just take your time and just try to consider what I'm telling you. Because I understand what you're saying, because Malcolm X also had
what am I saying?
That Black people should
what am I saying?
They should be their own leaders. Absolutely. I do agree with that.
Why are you pushing for anything other than that?
Oh, no. And I'm not. If you would allow me to conclude what I'm saying, because it's not like
you're using some Black Panther guy as an example, and most Black people.
you just don't want to. You don't want to heed
most Black people. I remember them, and most Black people were afraid of the Black Panther.
I'm not sure if that's totally true. Because
no, totally true. I was there.
Otherwise,
I was there. It's totally true.
The work that they're doing suggests otherwise. But I understand if you want to be biased about this type of stuff, because it.
But they weren't doing anything. They were giving Black people free food, and they would go and pretend that they were taking care of them by giving them something, and that was not helping them at all.
It was about protecting them from policing.
No.
And yes, I have heard that that maybe some black people like you maybe were afraid of them because you couldn't intellectually grasp what they were doing because you're
we understood what they were doing. That's why my parents.
You're so fixated
that's
on
why
aligning
my
yourself
parents
with
had
the,
us.
with the right side of society that you won't open your mind up. And
that's why our parents had us to stay away from them. They were a dangerous group.
Yeah, your parents, but there was a lot. I'm sure there was a lot of
parents,
people.
All the parents around me.
Oh, that is an absolute lie. And why
we couldn't even go over to.
Why do they have the legacy that they have if that's true? Why do they have a reputation of being saviors if that's absolutely true across the board?
Of being what
you
now?
are biased. You are biased.
You said they have the reputation of being.
Why do they have the reputation of being a glorious Black Panther Party? You're biased.
Amante, calm down.
Oh no, you're just biased.
Amante, calm down for a minute.
You don't meet intellect with
intellect. Amante, calm down for a minute.
Oh, I'm absolutely calm. I
want to ask you a question.
I want you to be reasonable because you have a platform and you promote
Amante,
a lot of devices unreasonably.
Amante,
how
did they help the blacks at all?
Huh?
If you can you can hear.
I can hear you.
How did they help the blacks at all?
Oh, well, see, they didn't get a chance to because the government incentivized on killing them, which they did, and they were accused in federal court of doing so, and they lost that trial and had to pay their family money.
What's wrong with the blacks?
Did you not hear what I said? The
yeah,
federal government
I heard all that crap before.
No, that's absolutely true. Look at the document. Are you not aware of it, or are you just choosing to be ignorant?
No, it's not important.
It's not important, yeah, because you're a closeted bigot. Because why would that not be? Why would it not be important for somebody who is collectively trying to rehabilitate our nation and give us what we need to be stable citizens on our own? Because we had been turned into beastly burdens by the society. They get assassinated by the same government that's sworn to protect us, that's sworn to provide us that what we need for proper civility. They get assassinated for simply trying to help us.
Do you hear yourself?
Yes, I hear myself.
You know what you're saying? You're saying they did that for us. They helped us. We needed this and we needed that.
Help. Yes,
as though the blacks and the blacks are still the blacks. Hold on. I let you go on and on. Hold on.
Okay, listening.
Hold on. You sounding as though that blacks are so mentally ill. They have Asperger and they're not able to take care of themselves.
Yeah, because of chattel slavery. We haven't been given a chance to properly rehabilitate ourselves.
And so you need white people to give you that chance?
No, they did not.
I said, do you need white people? Do you need white people? Do you need white people?
No, I don't need white people. The least that white people can do is leave the people who are trying to provide us salvation.
Who do you need, Amante? Who do you need to give you a chance to have a life?
Oh, well, I found my own. I rehabilitated my own mindset by myself.
And why the rest of the blacks can't do that?
That's not to suggest that they can't, but I'm saying
if they could,
holding up progress if you have somebody who's speaking for the people, like your president is speaking for American people. You have a person who is speaking for a certain group of people who's able to communicate these issues with accuracy, and the government goes and kills them for practically no reason. Now, can you answer me why would a federal government that's sworn to protect its people conspire against its own citizens like that for dubious reasons?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Oh, yeah, I'm sure you don't because you're ignorant.
Amante, let me ask. when will enough be enough for you people?
Oh, when will enough be enough? When will enough be enough is when the government finally decides to stop conspiring. And then we will actually give it a chance to properly rehabilitate.
You say conspiring? To do what?
Conspiring to put us in the prison system, conspiring to keep us ignorant to our history and our legacy as black people, and you know the things that actually we have so much wondrous history and so many innovations that we have done prior to this society that they don't even include in the textbooks. Now, how is that supposed to be good for my self-esteem?
Amante, we gave you people Obama, the fallen Messiah.
Do you hear yourself? This conversation is almost pointless because you're ignorant.
Hey,
did you not just hear what I said? Did you not hear what I said?
Amante. We gave you people Barack Obama.
Oh, do you hear yourself?
Hold on, man. We gave you people the fallen Messiah, Barack Obama. We gave you Big Mama Michelle.
No, not my father Messiah. Not my father
We
Messiah.
gave you.
Excuse you, actually.
We gave you Big Mama Michelle. When would enough be enough?
Dude, listen, this is a thing about debating you. You look over clear holes in your logic. You don't try to attend to them. You neglect the holes in your logic. And this is what makes you ignorant. This is what keeps you ignorant.
No, that's not what made me ignorant. What the?
No, you're absolutely ignorant.
You know what made me
and
right?
it's a shame.
You're right. I am. And you know what made me ignorant?
What's that?
Being black. I'm black and slow.
That's a damn shame. That is a damn shame.
Why?
That you look at yourself now, and you know this is going to be broadcasted for the whole world for everybody to see a 27-year-old intellectually cornering to the point where you said that you're dumb because of your own inherent race.
No, I said because I'm black and slow.
Self-deprecating you sound? Do you know how self-deprecating you sound?
Amante.
I'm black and there's nothing about me that's slow. I am all the way
right. You're very smart.
Right up the part.
I can tell you.
Absolutely, I am.
You're so smart.
And you're not.
You're so smart that even Jesus can't deal with you. But let me ask.
Oh, no. No. Me and God got a great relationship.
Hold on. Let me ask. We have given you people the fallen Messiah, Barack Obama. We're giving you Big Mama Michelle. We allowed Kamala to pretend like she's ready to be president. We've given you all type of so-called black females and others in government. We allow you.
Let's start with the sentence.
We even allow. Hold on.
Can we just start with we've given
we even allow you people to.
Hold
on, Amante.
Okay, I'm listening. I'm gonna listen all the way through.
And we
let you make a fool of yourself.
If you don't listen, I'm gonna let you go because I can't wait. There are so
I'm
many people waiting. Well, be quiet.
Okay.
We even allow you. We let you out of prisons without bail. You don't have to have bail bond. You said that blacks were in prisons and the Black Panther and whatever people were trying to help them. We didn't make you do the crime. We used to put you in jail, but we didn't make you do the crime. You blame the whites for you doing
provided
the crime.
conditions. You provided the conditions that agitated us to the point where we felt like we had to commit those crimes.
And what was wrong with you?
You didn't make us personally commit the crimes, but the society provided the conditions that made human go to that point.
Amante.
Yes.
We have given you all type of. We gave you Maxine Waters out of L.A.
You see, I still have an issue with this. We've given you. Do you hear the pretentiousness in the we've given you?
What's wrong
do you
with
understand
that? We have done that.
You're already suggesting.
We even giving you DEI.
You're suggesting that's already suggesting that I'm a second-class citizen just by simply saying we've given you. We don't need you to give us anything. How about you stop taking away what we have?
If you don't need us to give you anything, why you continue? So why are you still begging then if you don't need anything?
We're begging because we haven't been given a proper chance to rehabilitate ourselves due to the conspiring of the government, the constant conspiring.
What do you want us to do? Tell me what we can do to help y'all, okay? What can we do to help you
sabotaging our community. Stop letting the CIA incentivize things like the crack era and letting it destroy our communities for the sake of funding a war. Whenever we have a political leader that is speaking accurately for us, tell the government to stop conspiring to murder them in cold blood so we can properly rehabilitate ourselves from our circumstances, and then maybe we won't have to deal with some of the ignorance that we see from black people. But until the government allows us to properly rehabilitate ourselves, you're going to see the same patterns happening. And it's because of people like you.
So you're going to continue to beg and blame.
Oh, no begging coming from me, sir. I just want to change. I don't want to have war waged on me. I don't want to have war waged on me by the people who sworn to protect me.
Do you believe that? Do you believe that?
Murder, blood has been shed.
Hey, hold on.
Blood has been shed.
Hold on.
And you're saying I'm blaming.
Blood
has been shed.
Thank you, Amante.
Innocent blood.
Okay. Thank you, buddy. It's in the blood. It's in the blood. It's just sad that he's 28, 29 or something he said, and he got that slavery mentality in 2024. Isn't that like sad? And we've given them we gave them affirmative action. We've given them. We even gave them DEI, and now the country falling apart because they're not qualified. But we've given them DEI, and they're still not satisfied. That young man at the age of 29 have no business. Really, there's never a reason to complain. But he has no business saying what he just said. He's living something that never happened. He's living in the past. He's living based on the brainwashing that he's been told by other blacks and white liberals. And he's begging and blaming. Catch yourself when you're about to blame. It is Bible Thumper Thursday.
I know I'm supposed to go to my seat now, but my mama's a 10-year cancer survivor, and she's standing right there. Wave your hand, mama. 34 treatments of radiation. You can't tell me what God wants.
Somebody beside you
I know what God can do.
I want you to grab somebody around you that don't mind dancing, and I want you to hit the floor right now.
Yes.
What does the Lord have to say in 2024 when we see a qualified, brilliant black woman, Dr. Claudine Gay?
Women at the top of their game and the top of their fields are treated as if they are not the superstars that they are.
You can try to say it's any other thing, but this is a continued onslaught against diversity, equity, and inclusion.
See how lost they are? They're lost in their own evil nature. Really. They're lost in their imagination. And the people are shouting. And the people are hooping and hollering. And the people are quoting the scriptures. And they'll believe in lies. And they will never have peace. And those very same people are not aware of the kingdom within. Someday, by and by, they say, when I die, I have peace, they say. They're already dead. The eyes are open, but barely breathing. They pray to a God that they don't believe in. Isn't that amazing? You and you alone is to blame for your situation. It's not your fault that you use your money to make friends, to get women, to buy things, to pretend you're important. And then the people take advantage of you. And then you cry. And then you get mad and you wonder, why did they take advantage of me? I was so nice. I gave to them. I bought this for them. I did that for them. I did this. That was your fault that you were weak. You created that environment from your nature. That old evil nature. Ego, evil nature. They are not to blame that you were weak. They took advantage of your weakness because of their nature. You and you alone. You can't blame it on so-called racism, which doesn't exist, sexism, homophobism, Alauabaism, anti-Semitism, white supremacism, Debbie-Daism. It's all fake. It's not true. And you believe it. You and you alone create your own environment. You create your own world. You are your world, and you're living in the world that you want to live in. I want my country back, but it's not coming back. I've accepted it. I see that it's not coming back. Isn't it amazing? But you can be free in spite of what's happening around you. I was thinking about how my country is really not coming back. I was reflecting. And I can see how everything that's happening in the world, in our country, in my country, is being set up so that it doesn't come back. I remember when they allowed Black Lives Matter, far left liberal radical group, worse than the KKK, God hating, family hating group, worse than the KKK, fat lesbian group. And they said they are. I didn't say it. They said it. They allowed those people to destroy America. Allowed it. Sat back and prevented the cops or anyone from getting involved. And allowed it to happen because they were black. And then once they allowed that, they tore down, these people tore down statues and monuments and wrote in the streets different Black Lives Matter colors or something. And then after that happened, and during that time that it was happening, they said, let's get rid of the cops, no more cops, while they were destroying America. They were setting fires to buildings. People were killed. And they was chanting during that time, defund the police. Defund the police. While rioting in the streets. Think about that. Criminals. And because they were black, my country allowed them to do that. And they call it a peaceful protest. But I want you to think about while they were doing that, they were chanting defund the cop so they don't stop us from doing what we were doing. And you know what the government agreed to? And some Christians and some non-Christians alike. They agreed to defund the police. They agreed. In the midst of the storm. And they want to make sure that you didn't get law and order back ever again. So America, some Americans, and the representative agreed to defund the police. Think about that. And then they said, we don't want the police come out and do anything about what we're doing right now, tearing down the country. And America said okay to that. And then they said, we want you to let at least the black criminals out of prisons and get rid of bail bonds. This is during the restoration when they were destroying America. And you said yes to that. Think about that. I want you to really think about that and wonder, why did I agree to that? What was it about me that caused me to agree to that? They even made some white people get down on their knees and clean the boots of the radical blacks. Some churches were doing that too. Licking boots. Why? What's wrong with you that you agreed to that? And then they said, we want to get rid of men. No more toxic masculinity, and put women in place of men to run America. They said it, and you said okay to that. You said, knowing, you already know that the order of God is God in Christ, Christ in man, man of a woman, right? You already know it, that women are not created to lead, but to follow, and that she can never be a good leader because it's not in the nature. But you said yes to that. Now they're running the schools, the government, the churches, everything, businesses, and everything is falling apart. And if you disagree with it, they say you are a misogynist. You hate women. You hate this. You hate that. And you agree to that. No, that is not true. What's wrong with you? It got to be something wrong with you. And now the mama spirit rule America. And that mama spirit, it's evil. It's not her, but it's that thing that made a home in her. And it control and it come through her. And now America is a mess, and it's only going to get worse. Do you know that you even agree that criminals can go into businesses with the cameras there, the police there, the security guards, everything, and take up to almost $1,000, maybe it's $1,000 worth of merchandise and walk right out, and you can do nothing about it. You, the people of the United States of America, agreed to that. And now that is out of control. And over in Compton, California, it's being reported that there's one store, everything is locked up. All up and down every aisle is everything locked up now. And even the criminals trying to break the locks open. Because they know only thing you can do is stand back and look at it as a worker and watch it happen. And then the cops are not coming. The cops get there after the criminal leave. They're waiting around the corner. Because if they sure show up and take any kind of action, they're going to be in trouble. They're going to lose their jobs. They're going to be called racist. You agreed to that. When you walk into a store, you can almost expect not to find deodorant or whatever it is you're looking for. The stores are empty. You agreed to it. And your government. As Kamala Harris was shouting, down with deportation, up with education, something like that. Let them all in. You are agreeing with your government by voting for them that you can bring trouble upon you. They can bring trouble upon you, fear and doubt and crime. What's wrong with you? You have agreed to it. You agreed that the woman can kill the baby children in the womb. And as a result of having women in control, as I said, everything going out of control. You have school shootings. You have everything going out of control because the wrong spirit is in control of the earth. Just imagine. You have agreed with women that they can kill the man's children. And you're okay with that. You lied because they lied and said it was her choice. It's her body. It's not her body and it's not her choice, by the way. But as a result of you giving women permission, because that's the only way they can get it, you have to give them permission. And like you have to give the devil permission in your own personal life to rule over you. You have given women permission to take the place of men. And every time you listen to the woman, you will suffer. And you are suffering. I want to give you an example of what happens, has happened, is happening, and going to get worse. As a result of you giving women permission to rule over you, to run the country, to run the family. This, what I'm about to show you, would not be happening. If it would happen, it would happen rarely, and it'll be in quickly what I'm about to show you. May God have mercy on America. In spite of all the what I'm about to show you, you can overcome it if you wanted to. Here's an example of what is happening as a result of women, you giving women and allowing them to take over. And it's just, I can't blame them because it's not in them to lead. So they're just doing what they got, working with what they have with their emotions. It's all about emotions. I want to show you what has happened, and it is happening, and it's going to get worse. This is just one small example, to be honest. And I want you to see how the women don't have the answer to the problem. They don't have the solution to the problem. And you gave women permission to kill the man's children or the man's child in the womb. But here's an example of what is happening as a result of you saying yes to the women taking over. CNN is reporting. This is from CNN. One person is dead after a gunman hijacked a Los Angeles City bus early Wednesday, leading police in a pursuit for more than 1 hour before the suspect was taken into custody. Here's how the hijacking began. Watch this from KTLA.
Terrifying and tragic moments on this metro bus when police say a man hijacks the bus with passengers on board, shooting one of them and holding the driver at gunpoint. Seen here, leading police on a 1-hour pursuit through downtown LA. Police say they responded after the driver activated a panic button around 12:45 a.m. near South Figueroa and Manchester Avenue. That displayed call 911 on the outside of the bus. Calls started coming in, but when officers found the bus at West 117th and Figueroa, it started moving, prompting a pursuit. The pursuit went right past this man's home.
I had a thought to get chips and candy, just some snacks, late night snack. I went right on 4th and Hill. I heard sirens. I seen them flash on the buildings. I said, where is it coming from? I waited. Next thing I know, I see a bus flying through the section.
Amazing. That's how it began. You are to blame for this. You voted for these people. You voted for women to take over the cities, the police departments and everything. And they are saying no to everything that's right. And they can't help it, ladies. I know it's in your nature because I see women starting to recognize that when they hear that they need to return to the Father, but they don't know. They just don't know. And the men are too weak, mama's boys, to lead the way. They have the nature, the mindset of the woman, the emotions of the woman, anger. Here's how the bus came to a stop and the suspect was captured.
At one point in the ordeal, you can see the driver staying steady behind the wheel, and what appears to be a passenger hunched over in a seat. Officers going on to deploy spike strips. The bus seen driving on a flat tire, eventually coming to a stop at East 6th and South Alameda. Metro Bus 5858, this is LAPD. It's surrounded. Come out with your hands up. SWAT officers moving in. SWAT deploying flashbangs, the driver escaping out of a window, running to safety. Officers rescuing another passenger who wasn't hurt and taking the suspect into custody.
I just can't understate the heroics of the bus operator. He was clearly under duress. for over an hour, safely operated a bus.
Another passenger on the bus who had been shot multiple times was taken to a local hospital and pronounced dead.
You got to think about this. This is a bus. And then at the same time, while this is all happening, your government is trying to convince you to get out of your cars and ride the bus. Take the railway, take the buses, they say. Doesn't it sound like they want to put your life at risk? And you say yes to it. This is a bus. People get up, get dressed, go out to the corner to catch the bus. They want to relax, sleep on the way to work, not have to think about anything. Now this is what's happening on the bus. The city bus. You never heard of this kind of stuff before? If you have, rarely would this happen when real men were in charge of LA and the country. And you have men who are agreeing that women should be running it. Men are agreeing. You know they've lost their way. When men think that the women should be the head of them, you know they're mama boys. May God have mercy on the woman that marries a mama's boy. Are you stunned that this is happening on the buses now? Well, you agree with Black Lives Matter, defund the police. You agree to take away weapons. You agree to not vote in men, but to vote in women. You agree to that. And lo and behold, and guess who's running LA now? Guess who's running LA? I remember when we had a tough police chief in LA. Darryl Gates, I think his Officer Darryl Gates. LA was the best when Chief Darryl Gates was in control. A white man. He took down name and locked you up. And you know what? The people complained about it. Liberals, men and women. Darryl Gates was too hard. Darryl Gates was too tough on the people. Darryl Gates brought too much law and order to California, to LA. And they fought and they complained and they called them racist. And they fought and they complained and they called him racist. Because he was white, and they finally got rid of him, and it's been downhill ever since. Nothing gotten better since they got rid of Chief Darryl Gates. Nothing got better. It didn't get better. And they replaced him with people like this. We now have running LA councilman, LA County Supervisor Janice Horn, a female, and so-called Mayor Karen Bass. And I want you to see from the first two soundbites was from KTLA, and this is from Fox. I want you to see how they plan to make buses safe. Watch this from Fox 11.
If you can't get into a Dodger game or a concert with a weapon, you should not be able to board a bus or a train with a weapon. And under my leadership, we now have a pilot program that is testing 3 different weapons detection systems here at Union Station. And it's my hope that we'll be able to expand this across our entire system. Part of what we also need to see is more of our law enforcement riding on our buses and trains. If they're more visible, that makes a difference and can be a deterrent and make riders feel safe.
We cut red tape to accelerate the installation of more silent alarms and more bus operator barriers, and we expect the complete installation of the barriers on all buses by the end of the year. I have to say that if the barrier was not there, that driver would not have been able to signal that he needed help, and also to let the public know through the top of the bus.
Amazing. It's been reported that one person dead on that bus. This person hijacked the bus. They talk about barrels. Can you get as stupider or dumb as that? But they can't help it. That's in their nature. That's the mama nature. Let me see Darren Gates. That's Darren Gates. Hi, Chief Gates. We want you back. When this guy was in control of L.A., L.A. was amazing. He didn't care what your color was or anything. You committed the crime, you're going to do the time. Oh, you're going to do the time. And the liberals, because this man kept law and order in L.A., they hated him. They wanted confusion. Take him out and put in females. They had a weak black mayor, police chief. I thought he was no good. That's weak. But you see what Karen Bass and Janet Hans is asking for? They want to make public transportation safe by 2028 Olympic. And I want you to pay attention. They're talking about everything but the right way to make it right. Bring back the police. Bring back bail bonds. Lock up the criminals. Tell the police to do their job. They're not going to get in trouble. They're not asking for any of that. They want more signs on it. Why can't you see this? Let me take a break. Why can't you see what's happening? What's wrong with you? Bring back the police, dummy. Back in a moment. What a mess. Now do you believe me when I say my country is not coming back? You're going to see more rapes by men and women, because women are raping men as much as, or even more, as men are raping women. You're just not hearing about the women doing it as much. You're going to hear school shootings, and putting metal detectors in schools are not going to deter that. It's not going to stop it. You're going to hear more crime from illegal aliens and American citizens. There's nothing to stop it. No more Darren Gates. They got rid of him and put in weakness. And you vote for this government. You vote for the kind of government you want. And so you get the kind of government that bring you misery. Tony is out of California. Tony, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Good morning, Jesse. How are you, man?
All is well, Tony.
Wonderful, wonderful. I was just listening to you comment about the women's situation. But the thing is, I mean, you know, I've been on this earth over 60 years, sir. And men has been in control. And men are destroying this country. Okay? I mean, when you was younger, let me say this just before you speak. When you was younger, gas was 10 cents a gallon. Now gas is what? $5 in California, $4 in California? food prices are ran by men. Everything is ran by men through that greedy corporation. But yet, you don't want to change. You complain about the seatbelt when they made to wear the seatbelt. Most of the things that was changed in this country, but it was made for the better. Now here's a black lady, educated lady, running for president, and you scared to death of her. Why, Justin? Why?
Well, I'm not afraid of her at all, not one iota. Why? So you prefer to have women running the country than men?
I'm not saying what I prefer. I'm just giving it a chance.
Which do you prefer?
Be no worse. It can't be no worse.
Which do you prefer, men running the country or women?
Well, once again, I don't know. I'm willing for change. No,
what does that mean? You're willing for change?
I'm willing to see a difference made in this country.
Are you seeing a difference? Are you seeing a difference? Are you seeing a difference being made now?
Well, yeah, I see the difference in prices are coming down. Food prices are coming down.
Do you see a difference, Tony?
Yes.
Do you see a difference being made now?
Slightly.
Do you see a difference being made?
I said slightly.
And do you like the difference?
Because of the election.
Do you like the difference that you see?
It don't matter to me, Jesse. I'm gonna live regardless.
Do you like the difference Do you like the difference that you see?
Yeah, I do. I mean, I'm willing for change. Yeah, I'm willing.
So you like?
Aren't you?
You like the difference that you see?
Jesse, I'm willing for change.
Tony.
Okay.
You like the difference that you see?
Yes.
Okay. So you like the fact that when people get on buses now, they run the risk of being hijacked on the bus, killed on the bus.
This been going on since we've been in America, bro.
Tony, you like that difference?
This been going on since we've been on Earth, Jesse.
Tony, you like that difference that you see, right?
Once again, Jesse, this
Tony,
been
I'm
going
gonna
on
ask you
since
one
we've
more
been here.
question, then I'm gonna let you go because you're not answering the question. You said you
I
like
am asking you a question.
you said you like the difference. So you like that difference?
No, not violent. No.
Do you like Do you like the fact that now?
That's why we need a woman. That's why we need a woman to run
Bye,
the country.
Tony. Bye, Tony. I'm trying to communicate. I'm trying to communicate with you, and all you're doing is Tony.
What, Jesse? I'm asking you a question.
Calm down.
Nobody like violence.
Calm down, Tony. Tony, you like the fact that the government have given the citizen permission to walk into a store and take up to $1,000 worth of product and walk out, and no problem.
Jesse.
You like that?
Yes.
You like that difference?
I do. Yes, because they robbing us. Every time we go and buy stuff.
What do you mean they're robbing you? How are you, Tony?
Okay.
Tony.
I'm gonna tell you, Jesse.
Tony.
Yes.
Shut the hell up.
Oh man, come on, Jesse.
Bye, Tony.
Man.
Bye, Tony. I'm trying to communicate with him. He's yelling and screaming and carrying on. How you going to talk with somebody like that? No wonder you want the women voting. I really wanted to find out that he liked those things. What? Wait. Why is he carrying on like that?
He doesn't want the truth out.
That's why he's screaming and yelling like that. I really would, because I know he's like out there in left field. I wanted to really kind of take his time, because normally I don't even deal with him.
Right.
But I wanted to kind of, because he liked to change, he said. So I wanted to try to let the people see that this man liked to change. I think most black people do.
It's interesting seeing, because all I could think of when I was looking at his, listening to his conversation, was that's the setup to justify him voting for Kamala Harris.
I was going to get to that too because he did bring that up.
Right. Give them a chance. Give change a chance.
But this is the mentality of mama boys.
Women have been running the blacks' homes forever.
Ever since the civil rights movement happened, they turned it over to the woman.
And the whites act like that's a good thing.
I don't think they really believe it though.
They pretend like
they're scared to say no.
They pretend like they respect these black single mothers who work so hard. Or remember that TV show Touched by an Angel with Della Reese?
Oh,
that big fat
Lord,
black
don't
woman?
remind me. Where is Della Reese now?
She puts her hands on her hips and everybody gets scared.
Yeah.
Including the whites. Terrible.
Terrible. So it's shut the hell up. Is that a bad word?
Not in that context.
Right,
There's a proper time and place, kids.
Right, kids. Don't say that.
Yeah.
Don't say that at school.
Those are manly words. Ladies, too.
He's just screaming. He won't even have a conversation.
Yeah.
And
Because he's a troll. He was just trying to troll you, really.
I was letting him, I was quiet, so I was letting him say all his nonsense.
Right.
Because I knew it was going to be nonsense. And I can wait, because he's going to prove my point, in that men have allowed this to happen. They have the mama's mindset. Let me go to Elise. Elise out of California. Elise, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hi.
Hi,
Good
Elise.
morning.
Good morning.
Well, I wanted to comment on the transportation first and basically stating, because I'm in San Francisco, California, and the transportation lines are very horrible. People die on the buses and stuff all the time, even our transit, like the BART station. It is very horrible. It's very dirty. And I really believe that they just want their funding, so they're promoting for everyone, to take transportation. I don't know why. Maybe because it takes literally to get somewhere 30 minutes. It's been taking 70 minutes.
Yeah.
So many, illegal immigrants is in our country, but we can't do this in their country. And then I also wanted to, make a point, with your last caller, Tony, I really do. I know he said he's 60. I'm in my 30s, and I really believe I see, a lot of older black men do want to vote for Kamala Harris, and I really believe, like you said, but my point is I believe that every black man that I see down is because of a black woman, so I really would not vote for Kamala Harris, not just, because she's black or it's just because of the policies, she's not here to help us, really.
Yeah.
And I believe some man want to vote for her. Maybe, they do love their mom, but a lot of men that you see down now, it is because of a black woman.
Yeah.
We don't, and I'm a black woman. We don't even listen to our men nowadays. So why do you think a black woman going to listen to us in office when all the black women nowadays don't even listen to? We're the only culture that do not listen to our man. We want to be the boss. We want this, want that. The man don't have no say, so we always want to be over the head of the household, and I'm a single mother too, and just because I'm a single mother, I do not raise my son. It's however I raise my son, that's on me. If my son be on the streets robbing, stealing, that's because of me, because I'm allowing it. And that's why I really believe every time I see black men down, how they out here stealing, killing each other, it's because of the black mothers. The black mothers want to allow this. They want to take from the government. They are teaching their kids, hey, we're getting these food stamps, this housing, we're doing all these things, we're getting these things for free, and the Democrats are going to give us this. No one wants to really take accountability, really, in my culture, in the black ethnicity. We don't want to really take accountability. A lot of black people nowadays, you know what I mean?
I do.
And I feel like we have to really take accountability, and we have to, lift each other up. Back in the day, the whole neighborhood will, chastise your kids. And when they see you doing something, they will pull you up. Now everyone wants a handout, and the Democrats is telling everybody, sit down on your ass. We're going to give you this. We're going to give you that just for a vote. But then as soon as all of this stuff and they get in office, they're not going to do nothing. They're only going to think about every foreigner in every country to let them come here to pollute us. I don't really understand how is this the United States when it's not even united with its own people. So it's just, when you hear a black man talking like Tony was talking, you can't be mad at him. You got to be mad at his mother.
Yeah.
It's just it's the truth. If my son out here and he go robbing and stealing and he come back with heck of money in the house and I'm okay, oh, I want some of that. Like, you're okaying this. A lot of us is okaying the fuckery that is going on, and we just blinded to it. We don't care. And when I say we, it's because I am a black person too. And it's not like I'm putting my own people down. I care about my people, so therefore I have to pull you up. It's going to be better than me to pull you up than anybody else. Why can't we pull our own people up and tell them exactly what we should do right and help each other out than to knock each other down? And by doing that does not mean we want this lady Kamala Harris to be president. She could do whatever in office for us now when she's in office. I don't care if she's not the president, she's the vice president. That name leaves, so she could put her invoice in. If she don't have enough power to be the vice president to go to Biden and say, we should do this and this and this, and how do you feel about this and this and this? What do we need her in there for now if she can't even stick up for nothing right now when she's in a second seat? She's not going to do no better in a first seat. It's just fuckery. So I really think that we need to open our eyes and we need to literally start doubling down on a lot of stuff that's going on because it's hurting American people. Like, giving all of these nonprofits, all of these, the mayors in all these Democratic states, just like in San Francisco, because I'm speaking for what I see because I'm on the ground and I'm out in San Francisco every day. Our mayor, London Breed, out here is very corrupt. She do not give us nothing. She is giving every nonprofit and every political person that she likes endorsements and money and things of that nature. But everything is being embezzled. Everybody that she's putting in office, and you can Google this, everybody she's giving $68 million. Now they're up for RICO charges. The lead commissioner she put in, now she just stepped down. This is all Googleable too. This is real stuff. It's so much embezzlement. She's putting people in office that she grew up with, and now they're embezzling, and she's a black woman and has not did nothing for our streets. She only pick and choose who she likes. If she from one area, she grew up there, that's the only place that she helping. If her cousin's from another hood, that's the only other hood that she helping. She's not doubling down 10 toes to the pavement, feet to the pavement, and really out here helping no Americans. She's going to China. She's going to get pandas. We don't need no pandas. We need stuff here right now.
Yeah.
So she's not doing nothing. Do not put I'm a black woman. Do not put us in charge of nothing that a man needs to handle. We already do not listen to a man now. A man tell you to turn the light on, you got an excuse why you want to turn the light on. He needs the light. Why you don't want to turn the light on? You know what I mean? It's just like, do not. No, I'm serious, Jesse. I'm so serious. Don't put us in charge of nothing. We ain't even, look at our kids. What is you putting us in charge for when our kids is running us?
Yeah.
Our kids ain't listening to us. All we doing is dressing up our little girls to be little assholes, and this is the truth. And then as soon as grown-ass man gets to look at you mad, but why are you dressing your child like that?
Yeah.
And even in the Bible, God even say the man is the head of the household.
Yep. Amazing.
Even in the churches, when I don't go to church, but if I go to a funeral or something, As soon as they got a lady up there preaching, I'm still walking out. And I ain't giving y'all no money.
Yeah.
No money. None. So if we don't wake up as a community and ethnicity now, we're going to be further and further down because everyone is coming before the black ethnicity. And we have to really wake up to this. We have to stick up for ourselves.
Yeah.
We have to stop killing each other. We have to be there for one another. We need to stand for each other before we fight with each other and unite with each other. We got to stand up for each other. You know.
Let me ask: how do other black people, your family members or your friends or other blacks, how do they respond or react to you when you speak these type of truths?
Oh, they be upset. They be mad because I'm always telling them I'm not. My son, he just turned 18. I've been a single mother, and I have my aunties, my mother, my son's grandmother, you know, to help. It's been a lot of women helping me, you know, raise my son. And they be mad because I've been a single mother and I don't take nothing from the government. So all I be trying to tell them is, listen, y'all on welfare, y'all taking these handouts, we need to do better. I see it because I'm really in the streets with it. So I'm seeing what's going on by family and friends.
Yeah.
Like I have family and friends that is on welfare now and they kids turning 18 and they telling them they can't make a certain type of money because then they rent gonna go up. Now the mother is mad. So we have these things that's really crippling our families, even to keep it. Because this mother know if her daughter go and get a job paying $3,000-$4,000 to better this young child's life, her rent is gonna go up. She just want to stay home and smoke weed. She don't want to really get out here and get no job. This is handicapping us. I see it in our community. So my friends and family be mad. They really be thinking that I think that I'm better when I don't think that I'm better. I'm telling you, I know that I'm better because I'm not taking no handouts from the government and I'm going outside to get everything that I desire to get and I don't have to steal, kill, or take from nobody to get it. So they are upset. They be upset with me. They be upset. My friend, real story, 2 days ago, she's telling me how one of her friends is going to help her with Compass. And I'm like, oh, she's going to help you with the welfare stuff. She's getting offended. It doesn't have to do with welfare. Yes, it do. You get food stamps for your child. Their Compass is going to help you get into a place. If you didn't have welfare or food stamps, you would not get into Compass to get a place. So it does have to do with welfare. I'm like, does she think because I've never been on welfare that I don't know about the laws and regulations? I'm like, what is wrong? So you are right. They are mad, and that is the problem with black people right now. That is what's wrong with us. We're worried about everybody else except ourselves.
Yeah.
Worry about you and your household first, and you don't have to hate. It don't matter what this person doing, how much this person getting. Worry about you and your family. If we start at home first and helping our family and making sure our family succeed, everybody will do better. But we can't
You're
do that.
absolutely right. At least I'm so glad. I'm so glad you're out there and thanks for the call. And you're right on the money. And don't even if the whole world turn against you, you stay with the truth.
Amen.
Amazing. Call me again. Amazing call.
All right.
Appreciate it. Let me go to Maze out of Ohio. Maze, welcome to the show. You're on the air.
Hello, Jesse. How are you?
All is well, Maze. Thanks for calling.
Did you get it off your chest Friday?
Yes. Maze, let me ask before you go to that. When Bill Lockwood was on the show, not this month, not this week, but last month, you said something about the blacks and the voting thing, that somehow or another they can't vote or something like that. What did you say about that?
I said that if the voting was so important, why are they always standing in the way and keep trying to keep people from voting?
And who was trying to keep?
Because everybody can't vote.
Man, who is trying to keep whom from voting?
Whoever doing the redlining, the governors and all of those people that's in charge.
So someone is doing redlining to keep blacks from voting?
Yeah, they stopping them because you know the last time.
How is that?
Remember the last time in the election they was hiding, messed up the post office and taking down machines and doing all this
but
stuff?
those were the blacks doing that.
No, that was not no black people.
Remember
put everything on black
they
people,
were
so I
trying to
just
help.
that-
They were
So
trying.
black people did everything except nothing good to you.
So what now?
Black people never did anything right to you.
Well,
That's
like-
your opinion. So
have
can
they-
I get it off my chest?
What have they? So when but I just want to understand that when you were telling Bill Lockwood about the voting, you were saying that the people were redlining to keep the blacks from voting.
Yeah, down in Alabama, they we had to take it to the Supreme Court. Since you always talk about the government, down in Alabama, where in Mobile and all them different places where they could have people to represent them, and in Alabama said the governor said no.
That's not true. That doesn't even make
Yes,
sense.
it is true. It's all you gotta do is look it up.
You
I don't
can't
say
you
but I don't
can't
know what I'm talking
stop
about.
citizens from voting, and redline doesn't do that.
No, redistricting.
Redistricting doesn't do that.
So when you take somebody out of a district just because you want to stay in there and represent somebody that's not even don't look like you, or whatever you do to keep it looking like whatever they want it to look like. So as I was saying, redistricting is what they do to keep it changed. So that's why you see the same people.
Oh yeah, that's why Maxine Waters and others
They're
have.
supposed to have two representatives.
Are you saying that's why Maxine Waters and others been able to stay in there for so long?
Maybe so. But I'm saying
Maze, hold on for me. I know you want to talk about something else. Hold on, all right?
Okay.
Yeah. Let me go quickly back to Maze out of Ohio. Maze, so thanks for holding on. Go ahead.
Also ask Lockwood to ask to go out into the people and have them get you the right to vote just like he has and not an act to vote. That's what I asked when I was talking to Lockwood. But when he was on last week, he was talking about an empty blouse.
You say you
And
want.
he was about to have a nervous breakdown.
You said that he should go out and invite for True the right to vote.
No, for you to have the right, not so you can
For
have the same
me?
rights he had. You don't have the same rights he had.
I do. I can vote.
No, you don't.
I'm voting
You
for
gotta
the
ask
Great
to vote.
White
You got a
Hope,
right-
Maze. Maze.
Okay, but now to get to my point that I
Maze, I have the right to vote. I'm about to vote again for the Great White Hope.
that's good for you.
But what do you mean I don't have the right to
Yeah, you can
vote?
vote for who you want to. That's what you're supposed to do.
What do you
Everybody has a
mean
right
I
to-
don't have the right to vote?
Excuse me?
What do you mean I don't have the right to
What
vote?
is the Civil Rights Act?
What?
What is the Civil Rights Act?
I don't even know what that is.
No, you don't.
What
So
is
that's
it?
what I'm trying to say.
What
they
is
gotta
it?
do it every how many years so you can have the right to vote?
They have to do what,
Every
Maze?
25 years.
Maze.
The act.
Maze.
What, Jesse?
They have
You're
to
trying
do...
to get me off of why I called.
No, I'm going to let you say why you called. I told you that. But you said that...
Civil Rights Act, yeah.
What's the Civil Rights Act?
Where every 25 years they got to give you the right so you can keep on voting.
Oh.
Okay.
And so after a while, they're going to say we can't vote?
Well, it depends on who's in office, on how they're feeling.
You mean like they don't want men to vote or...
No, people that would deny the right to vote, where they used to have to count marbles and do stuff like that in order to have land and all
What
of
people?
this. Whatever people that they were doing it to.
What people that can't vote right now?
People from other countries.
We don't want people from other countries voting in our country.
Well,
in
you
our
got them
election.
running. You got people from other countries running stuff.
We shouldn't have that.
Well, you do.
No, we shouldn't have.
Well, you're crying about the other thing, so you got them over there over there on Fox. Everybody's from Europe or somewhere. They're not from here, and then they give you the news that they want you to hear.
Well, we should not have anyone
Take it
from...
as amen. But can I get to my
We
point?
should not have other
not-
people from other countries as part of our voting or
They shouldn't be owning your land. They
working
shouldn't be owning your food.
or
They
working
shouldn't
in
be
government
using
or going down the road in the road or working
now
in
let us go down the road
government
and let me get to my point.
or working in government at all in our country.
Yeah.
I agree with you on that.
You
with
talk
that.
about working in government. There's a whole lot of people that don't look like us working in government and still trying to stay in the government.
You mean like they don't look like Americans?
Like, take your turn and get out the way and let somebody else do it, and always screaming about government.
Are you saying
At the
they
House
don't
and the
look
Senate.
like? Are you saying they don't look like Americans?
Some of them are not, probably.
Oh, okay, and you're right. But go ahead. What you call
we wanna
about?
complain, and we want to blame and complain. So, but that's not why I called.
Why'd you call?
Well, I didn't break the law. Don't plan on breaking the law. And I don't care what, I mean, I don't have people thinking for me, and I don't need to think for other people. And I'm not a follower, but you know that. But to this, as I got to say, we own land, we own houses, we rent houses, and we do all those different things. Don't your kinfolks own some stuff?
My kin people?
Yeah, you know,
Absolutely.
you have kinfolk
My
corner.
kin.
I don't know what happened to that.
We
I wish
have
you would bring it back.
Oh, you want kinfolk corner back?
Yes.
I will. I definitely
some people
will.
that don't know.
But Maze, there
people
were
that like own. But you know, I don't
my
think-
people owned land even when I was growing up on the
I
plantation.
did too, and still do. So what they got to do with that? I don't want anybody to
Maze, let me finish. Hey,
It goes like
Maze.
that. What?
At least let me finish. Then and then I'll let you finish, and then you let me finish. Don't jump in.
Okay.
When I was growing up on the plantation, my people owned land even back then, a bunch of land. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, can I say now what I got to say?
Yes.
My aunt owns some land. I don't know how many acres she got.
Yeah.
And guess what she got to do all the time?
What?
In 2024.
What?
People trying to take her land from her, but she got too much power behind it that they can't do it in 2024. Where they can't take her land.
And
she got a ranch.
Who is trying to take it away from her?
The people that want to build and do different things.
Well, that
don't look
happening
like
with
her.
white people and everybody.
I'm sure they Caucasians.
That
But they can't get
happening to white farmers
She
too.
got lawyers in her family. And she got all kind of stuff.
Maze.
And they can't do it.
Maze.
And they've been trying.
Maze.
Trying all kind of
Maze.
ways to disturb the lady. House paid for and the land is paid for.
Maze, that happening to white farmers as well.
Well, of course it's happening to white farmers. But I'm saying you have those people that, I don't say what you want to hear to make you happy. I'm not that kind of person. And you know it. For 30 years I've been talking to you.
I know.
Don't say what people want me to say to make you happy just because I'm a black person.
But Maze, that happens to white people too with land. They're trying to take the white farmers' land away from
Yeah, they're
them.
trying to take the land. So when it comes to crime,
Are
and
you
stuff,
saying that they're trying to take your? Are you saying they're trying to take your cousin's land because your cousin is black?
Oh yes, she's the only one there.
And so
Didn't
are
before
they?
anybody else came around?
So are they trying to take white farmers' land because they're white?
No.
Oh,
They're not
okay.
trying to take their land.
They
I'm
are.
blaming them at all.
Yes, they
But
are.
that's not what I said. Just
Maze,
when they
yes,
take a
they
white
are.
farmer. So can we get back to what I was?
They are trying to take white farmers' land, Maze.
What I'm saying, Jesse. So you said that they're trying to take white farmers' land, but when it comes to crime, you don't discuss Caucasian crime. You always want to talk about what black people do, but what Caucasians do is off the subject.
What do they do?
That's what I'm saying. You guys, I guess you got dementia when it comes to CWP. They get welfare, they steal, and they destroy.
When the last time you
I don't
heard?
but you want to talk about
When the last time you heard a news?
That don't match.
Maze. When the last time you heard a news report on white people stealing?
Really?
Right.
Really? You really asking me that question?
Yes.
Yesterday?
No, you didn't.
Really?
What did you hear yesterday?
So, what did I hear yesterday?
Yeah.
Y'all don't look at y'all don't focus on but one type of news, and that's black people.
What did you hear yesterday about white people stealing?
I hear about them stealing. Do I need to tell you where to go to look?
Maze, what did you hear yesterday? What type of news report did you hear yesterday that white people were stealing?
You say you're slow and you black and slow, so you were black and slow.
Right. So tell me, you say you heard yesterday news report of white people stealing. What did you hear and where did you hear it?
They broke in the store and they were trying to steal the teller machine.
Where did you get that from?
The news.
What news?
Not fake news, real news.
What news?
What do you mean, Jesse? What news?
Right.
The same news that you look at, just a different state.
What news did you hear that from, Maze?
The news that you watch, Fox News.
Did you hear it on Hate News?
You want to know what?
Did you hear it on the Hate News?
Oh, Hate News. Oh, that's not news.
You didn't hear it on the Hate Report?
No. Hate don't look at him. Don't look at nothing that pertaining to him.
What do you mean?
So what I want you to see, just like you look at the black farmers, white Caucasian farmers being taken away, look at the crime the same way. But you don't.
But Hate on the Hate News, not the fake news. Hate report all the news.
No, he doesn't. He report what he want to report.
What do you mean?
So you still haven't let me get off my chest what I want to get off my chest.
Really? Your chest is heavy loaded today. Go ahead.
But I haven't called you in a while. I don't have to. I mean, I'm not selfish. I want to move out the way so somebody else can get
You
on.
still love me?
Yes, I do.
I love you too.
And like some won't let me hate you, so I can't help but to love you.
Is that God that won't let you hate me?
Something. And then what's wrong with a lot of these Christian people? They think a man's supposed to do everything. They're upset with God, and God's not upset with them because they don't bless them every day. If they bless them every day, they wouldn't be thinking the way they do.
Does God?
That's the way I see it.
Did God create women to lead or to follow?
God created a woman to be a helpmate to a man. So what do a helpmate do?
Thank you.
So if she helping him when he going the wrong direction, that means she's helping him.
No,
right?
no, not that way. Not that kind of help.
Don't him and destroy him. She
No,
helping
God help. The woman's supposed to help cook, clean, watch the children, watch over the children, make sure the bed made up, iron his clothes, and make cornbread.
And what are he supposed to do besides go on the job and come back home and that's it?
He's supposed to be a living spiritual example. He's supposed to be an example of love.
Okay, so she's not supposed to have
so
a
that
thought.
he can guide, he can guide her and the children in the right way to go.
What in God's law?
Is that true?
Where is it in the
Is
commandments?
that true, Mace?
No.
That is true.
And when the children are gone, what's supposed to happen?
Then the husband and the wife become one. She
Really?
become his daughter.
Really? What?
Yeah.
That's something that's really wrong. But as I say, you hear these people screaming and hollering saying what the man's supposed to be doing and the woman's supposed to be doing. He's not supposed to be treating her like she's a slave.
No one
I hear
said
some
that.
women being treated like that,
No one said that.
and I don't think that they're blessing God.
No one said that, Mace.
When I hear people talking, that's what it sounds like to me.
But that's in your head. You listen to
The
thoughts.
Bible thumpers, they need to stop thumping the Bible because they're the biggest heathens there is on the planet. That's what I see it.
Do you read the Bible?
Do I read it?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, you can read something and don't understand it.
Do you read the Bible?
I'm with a lot of people.
Do you read the Bible?
Yes, I've read it over and over and over again. If you go sitting in the church and you listen to the Bible and you're marking it, same thing. Same thing. Mark, Matthew, Luke, and John.
Maze, I gotta.
Not God's word, it's man's word.
I can't play no more. I gotta run. I gotta run.
Yeah, we gotta run. You have a good one.
All right, you too, Maze.
See you next time.
All right. All right. What the?